thank you very much, Bjorn, and thank you to the department for the invitation. It's a great pleasure to visit this famous university and this beautiful city that I've heard a lot about, and now I can see it firsthand. It's also an honor to be invited to give the Pufendorf Lectures. If you had invited me at another time, say in next year or 2 years or 2 years ago, I might well have been working on something on political philosophy, in which case I might have been contending and disagreeing perhaps with something Pufendorf said. I don't know if that would have made my lecture more relevant and appropriate or less relevant and appropriate. But as it happens, the only thing I'm working on at the moment that could cover 4 lectures has to do with reasons and rationality. Now, I did look back at some of Pufendorf's writings, and I didn't have to look very far to find that, in fact, I seem to be in perhaps unexpected or expected agreement with him. In the 3rd paragraph of Book 1, Chapter 1 of On the Duty of Man and Citizen According to Natural Law, Pufendorf says, "Man has in fact been granted the power not only of knowing the different things which he meets in this universe, of comparing them and forming new notions in regard to them, but also the ability to foresee what he's going to do, to bestir himself to accomplish it, to shape it to a certain norm and certain end, and to infer what the result will be, and further, to judge whether things already done conform to the law, or to the rule, actually, he says. Then he says, with regard then to the faculty of comprehending and judging things, intellect it is called, we must hold it absolutely certain that any man of mature age and sound mind has enough of natural light to be able with training and due reflection to comprehend properly at least those general precepts and principles which make for an honorable and a peaceful life in this world. Also to appreciate the fact that they are in conformity with human nature. For if this not be admitted, at least within the competence of the human court, men would be able to shield any misdeeds of theirs by an invincible ignorance, since in the human court no one can be accused of violating a rule which it is beyond his powers to comprehend. When a man's intellect has been well instructed as to what is to be done or left undone, to the point of understanding how to give certain and unmistakable reasons for his opinion, we call this a right conscience. But when a man has indeed a correct opinion as regards to doing and leaving undone, without the ability to establish the same by argument, having acquired it from the general tenor of life in a community, from habit, or from the authority of superiors, and having no reason impelling him to do the opposite course, we call this probable conscience. By this the greater part of men are guided, for it has been given to few to discover the causes of things. To some, however, it happens not infrequently, especially in regard to particular cases, that arguments for both sides suggest themselves, and they lack the strength of judgment to see clearly which have greater weight. This is usually called a doubtful conscience, and here is the rule for it. So long as judgment is uncertain as to what is good or what bad, action must be suspended, for while the doubt is unremoved, the decision to act involves an intention to do wrong, or at least neglect of the law. So my lectures this week are under the general title, Being Realistic About Reasons. The title includes a kind of pun. On the one hand, I'm defending a kind of realism, although I would rather call it cognitivism about reasons. And here I think I would agree, I seem to agree with Pufendorf, that there are truths about what we have reason to do. But I think that it happens, I believe Pufendorf said, to some, it happens not infrequently that people can't find sufficient grounds for deciding that they have reason to act this way or reason to act the other way. I think that realism about reasons, in the other sense of realism, being realistic, requires us to admit that this happens not simply to some occasionally, but to most of us a lot of the time. So my theme is that certain 20th century arguments to the conclusion that there's no fact of the matter about such things as practical reasons, or that we couldn't know them or couldn't be motivated by them, are mistaken. We shouldn't accept these reasons for skepticism about reasons. So far, I think I agree with Pufendorf in a way. However, we should be careful what we wish for, because although there are truths in some cases about what we have reason to do, the domain of claims about what we have reason to do is a highly uncertain one, which has many places in it where there isn't any clear answer one way or the other. So I suppose my task in this lecture is with one correction, that is, Pufendorf says, when a man's intellect has been well instructed, I would have to say a man's or a woman's intellect has been well instructed, but with that one correction, I suppose what I'm doing is trying to rescue Pufendorf's 17th century common sense from a certain amount of 20th century skepticism, or so my task is. So, contemporary discussions in the subject I'm going to talk about, which is what's generally called metaethics, differs in important ways from the discussion of these subjects a few years ago. Well, maybe not a few years ago, around the time that I came into the subject, so 1960 or 70 or something like that. In two ways, the subject seems to me to have changed. Looking back, I'll just put back, the subject was mostly about morality, hence the title Metaethics. It's mostly about morality, about the status of claims about right and wrong, and it was heavily concerned with the question of motivation, about how, when we reach a conclusion about what's right or wrong, our knowledge of what's right or wrong could possibly motivate us to behave in the direction of doing what's right and avoiding what's wrong. It seems to me more recently the subject has broadened beyond morality to include what's generally called normativity more generally. I think this one is small enough. I think there's some smaller ones. if I need a smaller one, I will know where to look. So the discussion seems to have broadened to include not simply morality, but normativity in general, although there's a certain amount of debate, or at least uncertainty, about how this idea of normativity is to be understood. The realm of the normative might be thought to include claims about what's good. Certainly back in the early 20th century, Moore distinguished claims about what was good, which he took to be normative claims, from claims about facts, as you say. Maybe claims about what people ought to do, such as whether things are morally right or wrong, and perhaps also other claims about what somebody has reason to do, such as whether I have reason to do something now so as to prevent myself from being in a lot of pain next week or next year or something like that. Now, one might wonder what in virtue of what are all these claims normative, and my own view is that they're normative because they are all at base claims about what people have reason to do. As claims about what's good are at base a kind of claim about what people have reason to do or think. Claims about what people ought to do are claims about what people have reason or maybe most reason to do, and obviously claims about what people have reason to do are claims. So I'm a unifier of this domain, although that's a controversial position that I won't defend today. I'll be happy to talk about it if somebody wants to raise a question. I'm mentioning it just because it raises a problem that will come up down the road. And in fact, in the course of this lecture, when I speak of the normative, I will probably be assuming that by the normative, I mean the realm of claims about reasons for action, particularly, or for other attitudes. But that will probably influence what I have to say very much. So that's one change in the subject from, let's say, the latter half of the 20th century into the beginning of the 21st. But there's also been, I think, a second shift from talk about motivation here to talk about reasons. That is, not simply to say how does morality motivate us, but how does morality give us a reason to do what it requires. At least that's my view of the subject. So it's possible that this really, these labels are just misleading, and this is what I think, and this is what maybe is standard in the subject. And I just imagine that that things have moved in this direction. Perhaps there's a little bit of truth on both sides. But going back to, let's say, the 1970s, Thomas Nagel, in his famous book, The Possibility of Altruism, was attacking the Humean orthodoxy that normative claims all have to do with claims about people's desires and about motivation. But even Nagel, who was and remains a kind of arch rationalist, you might say, put his topic in rather psychological terms. He wrote, "I conceive of ethics as a branch of psychology. My claims concern its foundation or ultimate motivational basis." So I think I've tried to shift away from that, and I hope others have tried to shift away from it. In fact, I believe, and I'll try to persuade you in my third lecture, that in a little bit today, that the word motivation is a somewhat misleading term, which we might do better to try to avoid. Okay, now I think I've managed to talk my way through several pages of this, so I will skip ahead. In these lectures, I'll offer a qualified defense of cognitivism about reasons. That is, a qualified defense of the view, as I said, that claims about reasons for action can be correct or incorrect, and that accepting a claim about reasons for action is a kind of belief. I'll also maintain that truths about reasons, at least about what we have reason to do, are irreducibly normative truths. That is, they're not reducible to, explainable in terms of, or identifiable with truths of any other kind, such as truths of about the natural world of physical objects or truths of psychology. So I might be called a reasons fundamentalist. I guess I'm a reasons fundamentalist in two ways. I think that claims about reasons can't be explained in terms of anything else, and that many other claims that are thought of as normative claims should be understood in terms, or best understood in terms of claims, and claims about reasons. My defense of this position is qualified, not because I'm tempted by some other view, but because, as I said, I think that a cognitivist view of the kind that I defend faces serious problems, even though these problems are not the ones that are most frequently discussed. And I will get to that in my fourth lecture. So, the idea that there are irreducibly normative truths about reasons seems to me to be close to common sense, not only in the 17th century, but in our own time. Consider the following claims. For a person in control of a fast-moving automobile, the fact that if the steering wheel is not turned, the car will injure and perhaps kill a pedestrian, but if the wheel is turned, the car will hit no one, is a reason to turn the wheel. Second, the fact that a person's child has died is a reason for the person to feel sad. So there are reasons for, not only for action, but for particular attitudes, including emotions. Third, the fact that it would be enjoyable to listen to some very engaging music, moving one's body gently in time with the music, is a reason to do so or to continue doing it if one is enjoying it. These things seem to me at least obviously true, as true as anything could be. But the philosophical thesis that there are such irreducibly normative truths may seem unsatisfactory because it leaves unexplained many things, it might say, that a proper philosophical explanation of these topics should give an account of and not simply assume. So I'm going to list 6 or 7, I guess 7 problems about reasons that it would seem a philosophical theory ought to provide an answer to. The first is the relational character of claims about reasons. Reasons are reasons for an agent. I have a reason to do one thing, you may have a reason to do something else. What's a reason for me is a reason distinctively for me. Now, first question then is how this relational character of reasons is to be understood if reasons are a kind of something about which there is a kind of general truth. Second, which I'll call the question of the ground of truth, in virtue of what are claims about reasons true if they are true? Does the idea that there are claims about reasons which are true or false independent of our opinions about them, and that truths about reasons are irreducibly normative, lead to unacceptable metaphysical implications? Many people have thought that this was true, and so I'll have to explain what I need to say about that. Second, how are facts about what reasons there are, say reasons for action, related to natural facts? It's generally thought, well, I think, on the one hand, going back, as I said, to G.E. Moore, that facts about reasons for action, let's say, can't be reduced to or identified with facts about the natural world, facts about physics, facts about psychology, natural facts of other kinds. Nonetheless, there is some kind of intimate relation between facts of these two kinds. In particular, if you hold fixed facts about the natural world, including all the facts of psychology, facts about what people have reason to do can't vary. So facts about what we have reason to do are not logically entailed by facts of a natural kind, but they're somehow fixed by them. They co-vary. If you change facts, psychological natural facts, you change what I have reason to do. But what I have reason to do can't vary without this other kind of variation. So this relation of supervenience and covariance between these two kinds of facts is something that needs to be explained. Fourth, knowledge. If claims about reasons are claims about irreducibly normative truths, how can we come to know the truth of such claims and assess them given our limited psychic powers? Fifth, practical significance. This is my version of the problem of motivation. Judgments about reasons play a different role in explaining people's practical reasoning and in explaining their actions than the role that's played by beliefs or facts about physics or about psychology. So we need to explain if believing something about reasons is simply a kind of belief, why should that belief have this special role? Many people have thought that conclusions of a practical sort about reasons would have to be something other than beliefs. They would have to be something like an emotional state or the acceptance of an imperative, something like that. Otherwise, we couldn't explain we couldn't understand how people's practical attitudes could play a distinctive role in getting them to act and explaining the way in which they do act. Sixth, strength. Reasons have varying strengths. The reason I mentioned in my first example, to turn the wheel of a car in order to avoid hitting a pedestrian, seems to be a stronger reason than the reason to go on listening to enjoyable music. If the driver's listening to the radio and they're enjoying the music, it's too much trouble to turn the wheel and distract themselves from the rhythm. But that doesn't seem like the right thing to do. It seems like the reason you have to turn the wheel and attend to the pedestrian is a stronger reason than the reason you have, even though it's some kind of reason, to listen to the music. So what is the phenomenon of strength according to which some reasons outweigh others? Finally, sixth, there's a phenomenon of optionality. Some reasons seem to be optional, that is, merely reasons that it makes sense to act on if one chooses, whereas other reasons seem to be normatively conclusive, that is, reasons it doesn't make sense not to act on. The reason to turn the wheel of the car in my first example seems to be of the latter, non-optional kind. The reason to listen to music might be of the former. If I would enjoy listening to some music, then I have a reason to do so, but it also might make sense for me to take a nap instead. I will argue in my next lecture, tomorrow, that the idea that there are irreducibly normative truths about reasons for action has no troubling metaphysical implications. And I'll offer an account of the relation between normative facts and naturalistic facts, which purports to explain, or at least put a proper label on, the phenomena of supervenience and covariance. It would be desirable to have a general account of what makes claims about reasons for action true when they are true. This would be an account of what I call the ground of truth. But I believe, and will argue in my next lecture and in my final, particularly my fourth lecture, that such an account, if it could be given, would itself be a normative thesis, not a metaphysical one. In my third lecture, I will address the question of what I call practical significance, that is, the inheritor of the problem of motivation. And I'll provide an account of how an agent's judgments about reasons, even if they are beliefs, can explain and play a particular role in explaining and motivating, to use the old word, that agent's subsequent actions. Taken together with my first point about the lack of metaphysical implications, it seems to me that this answer to the problem of motivation or practical significance largely undermines the main pull towards expressivist views. These are views that identify practical judgments with expressions of emotion or acceptance of imperatives or norms or some other so-called non-cognitive state. In my final lecture, I will argue that it's a mistake to think that there is a special epistemological problem about how we could get in touch with irreducibly normative truths. This largely follows from what I will say about metaphysics in my second lecture. But I'll also maintain that it's reasonable to want a fuller normative account of how we can determine which claims about reasons are true. This is the residual problem of characterizing the ground of normative truth that I mentioned earlier. An account of this kind, if we had one, might provide answers to the further questions on my list. It might explain what it is for one reason to be stronger than another, and how we should go about deciding whether one reason or the other is the stronger one in a given case. Now, this is the sort of problem that Pufendorf was referring to. Sometimes we can't decide which reason is stronger. So one thing we would like would be at least an explanation of what kind of question we're addressing when we are asking that. And perhaps a general normative account of reasons might explain how some reasons can be optional, whereas others are non-optional. I will have less to say about those questions, unfortunately, in the present set of lectures, but I'll talk a little bit about them at the end of my second lecture, I hope, if there's time, and perhaps again at the end of the fourth. Now, all 7 of the questions that I've just described might be answered, or seem to be answered, by an account of reasons that explains reasons in terms of desires. And this seems to many people, has for many years seemed to many people to be the obvious alternative. For example, here's one kind of desire theory. A person has a reason to do A, just in case doing A would promote the fulfillment of some desire that that agent actually has. Or, alternatively, an idealized version, a person has a reason to do A if doing A would promote the fulfillment of some desire that that person would have if he or she were fully aware of all the relevant non-normative facts and were thinking clearly about them. A view of this kind seems to explain the relational character of reasons. Reasons are reasons for a person, just in case the person has the relevant desire, or, on the second version, would have such a desire if the person were informed and thinking clearly. This kind of desire theory might also seem to explain the phenomenon of strength. Desires have varying strengths, that is to say, they have varying motivational power. And a desire theory would hold that one reason is stronger than another, just in case the desire on which that reason is based is stronger in this motivational sense. So the fact that some reasons are optional might also be explained by saying that optional reasons are reasons for doing something if you desire it, or if you want to do so. And the idea that some reasons are non-optional would be the idea that there are some things that promote the fulfillment of desires that everyone has, or perhaps that everyone has who is fully informed and thinking clearly about his or her situation. There might seem to me no difficulty in explaining how we can know what reasons we have according to a desire view, since we can, at least sometimes, well, Freud might have something to say about this, but anyway, at least sometimes we can know what we desire and what would fulfill those desires. We should be so lucky, but it seems, at least in principle, possible. There's nothing, as it were, mysterious about the idea that we could know what our desires are and what would lead to their satisfaction. And we can explain how reasons can motivate on this view, it might be said, since desires motivate, if anything does, and they motivate a person to do what would promote their fulfillment. So a person has reason to do something, just is a person who has a desire that that action would promote the fulfillment of, and the desire would motivate the person to do it. Finally, a desire theory might claim, at least, to explain the phenomenon of supervenience, why it is that facts about what we have reason to do are fixed by the natural facts of physics and psychology. At one level, this seems obvious. If the reasons for action that people have are a function of natural facts about their desires and about what would promote the fulfillment of those desires, then as long as these natural facts about their psychology and what actions would promote the fulfillment of their desires remain unchanged, people's reasons for action will remain the same as well, according to a desire theory. So the ability to explain all of these aspects of reasons is, I think, a large part of what makes desire-based accounts appealing. There are, however, some well-known difficulties with accounts of this kind. Some of these difficulties, perhaps the ones that are most frequently discussed, concern what may seem to be counterintuitive implications about what reasons people in fact have. Does a person really have a reason to do what will fulfill any desire he or she may have, no matter how foolish? If I have a desire to eat my car, would I actually have a reason to eat my car? It doesn't really seem that I would, at least so it seems to me. Does everyone, on the other hand, have desires that would explain the reason I asserted earlier to turn the car to avoid hitting a pedestrian? And does the reason that a driver has to avoid hitting a pedestrian really depend on whether that person, in fact, has such a desire? It doesn't seem, to me at least, that the person has a reason only if they have the desire, or that the reason, if they do have it, depends upon their having a desire of that kind. I think these substantive objections to desire theories are quite compelling and even decisive. But I want to set these objections aside for the moment to consider what might seem to be some more fundamental objections to a theory of this kind. This is the objection that the explanatory potential of a desire theory is in an important respect illusory. The illusion arises from the fact that desire theories can be understood in two very different ways, and the statements of the theories often do not clearly distinguish between them. I do have, however, a desire to have a drink of water, and whether that gives me a reason to do it or not, I think I'll take the precaution of making some available, thereby refuting everything I've said so far, coming dangerously close. Actually, I have an alternative explanation of this, but I won't. It wasn't my desire that gave me the reason. Anyway, it was my belief that it would taste good. Okay. It wasn't my belief that it would taste good. It was the fact that it would taste good. Sorry, I can't. But if I go down there, we'll just get in a tangle. And so. Now, One way in which it's natural to read desire theories, a desire theory, is as a substantive normative claim about what reasons people have. It may be quite plausible to claim, in many cases, that people have reason to do what will promote the satisfaction of their desires. So interpreted, this is just a plausible normative claim about one kind of reason, that is, a reason for action. A theory of reasons that's based on this claim, what I will call a normative desire theory, wouldn't explain normativity. It wouldn't explain what it is for something to be a reason for action. For one thing, it wouldn't apply to all reasons, reasons for belief or other attitudes, but only to reasons for action. It wouldn't, for example, explain reasons for belief or the reason why the fact that one's child has died is a reason to feel sad. Sorry, I got too many reasons in that sentence tonight. It wouldn't, for example, explain reasons for belief or why the fact that one's child has died is a reason to feel sad. This reason's not plausibly explained by invoking a desire to feel sad in such a case. So if a desire theory is a plausible account of reasons for action, this must be due to something special about action. Such a theory could explain some features of reasons for action, such as the relational character of these reasons and their strength, if you accept an account of the sort I mentioned. But these explanations would be based on a general substantive thesis about what reasons we have, and thus would be internal to the normative realm itself. For this reason, the explanations that a normative desire theory offers for other features that I mentioned may seem insufficiently deep. A normative desire theory would not, for example, provide a general explanation of how we could come to know truths about reasons. It simply makes one general substantive claim about reasons for action, namely that we have a reason to do what will satisfy our desires, which, if true, leaves us with simply the empirical problem of figuring out which actions will in fact promote the satisfaction of our desires. In the same way, the thesis that the only thing we have reason to do is to get as much money as possible would leave us just with the problem of figuring out how to get rich. It wouldn't solve the problem of how we can know truths about reasons, for example, these truths I've mentioned. It would just offer one such truth. What you have reason to do is to satisfy your desires, or what you have reason to do is to get rich, whether you desire it or not. Nor would a desire theory of this kind explain how beliefs about reasons, qua normative beliefs, could motivate people. All of the motivational work in the account it offers is done not by the belief that we have a reason to do what will promote our desires, but by those desires themselves, which the desire theory holds are what makes the belief that we have a reason true. Finally, it may seem that the explanation of supervenience, that is, the dependence of truths about reasons on truths of other kinds, offered by a normative desire theory, would not go deep enough. It wouldn't explain why there couldn't be a possible world in which the natural facts were the same as in our world, but in which the normative facts were quite different, because in that world, people's desires didn't provide them with reasons for action. Or maybe not all desires did. Or maybe not only desires, but also certain other considerations also offered people reasons for action. So because the normative desire theory simply starts with a certain basic normative claim, it doesn't really explain normativity. It just helps itself to a normative thesis at the start. The situation here is similar to a familiar one within morality regarding utilitarianism as a moral theory. Utilitarians often criticize their opponents for relying on intuitions about what is right and wrong, and claim that utilitarianism offers an alternative to such appeals. But what utilitarianism really does is make one great big appeal to intuition, namely that what we ought to do is to do what would promote the greatest happiness, and that's what makes actions right. Once this general thesis about what makes actions right is accepted, it reduces all questions of right and wrong to matters of empirical calculation about figuring out what's actually going to promote universal happiness better than something else. Now, there may be advantages to that theory. Maybe one systematic intuitive thesis is a more useful, appropriate, helpful, instructive claim or thesis to accept than a lot of piecemeal claims. That might be right, but it's not a solution, it seems to me, to the general metaphysical problem or the general theoretical problems about morality, nor is a normative desire theory a solution to similar problems about reasons in general. So these points might be summed up by saying that normative desire theories are not rivals to what I call reasons fundamentalism, of the sort that I hold. They're quite compatible with it and may even presuppose it. Now, an alternative interpretation of a desire theory would take it to offer a reductive claim about what it is for something to be a reason, rather than a normative claim about which things are reasons. Interpreted in this way, a desire theory might provide answers to some of the questions I've listed. The question, however, would be whether this would really explain reasons or whether it would eliminate their normativity by simply identifying facts about reasons with non-normative facts, facts about what causes what, facts about my psychological states, and so on. The action guiding force of reasons on such a theory would be purely causal and explanatory, rather than normative. If the fact that one has a strong reason not to do something and no countervailing reason to do it is just a natural fact about what would satisfy someone's desires, then this fact might explain my failure to act in that way. I failed to act in that way because I had a stronger desire not to do it than to do it. But this doesn't explain why believing that one has a reason, that is, why believing that this natural fact obtains, can make it irrational for me to do the thing in question. Maybe it's irrational for me to go with my nature, as it were, or maybe not. But the question of what it's rational for me to do seems to be entirely left open by the claim about what my psychology, given what it is going to get me to do. The two seem to be two separate things. Now, a reductive desire theorist might reply that if Scanlon is right and all normativity is to be understood in terms of the idea of having a reason, then if it's true that a person's having a reason just consists in some fact about that person's desires and what will promote those desires, then a reductive desire theory preserves normativity since it captures the idea of a reason, and all of the rest of normativity can be explained in terms of it. Mark Schroeder, in his recent book, Slaves of the Passions, offers a reductive desire theory and defends its normative status along these lines. I myself don't accept Schroeder's thesis for reasons that we can talk about elsewhere, but I won't launch into my anti-Schroeder diatribe at the moment, but it seems to me not to get it right. But it seems then that desire theories face a dilemma. Either they begin with a normative claim about reasons for action, in which case they do not explain the features of reasons that seem most puzzling, or have seemed most puzzling to many people, or else they make a reductive claim, identifying facts about reasons with natural facts, thereby eliminating normativity altogether. This raises two questions. The first is whether there is any way of understanding the appeal of desire theories which avoids this dilemma. The second is whether explanations of the kind offered by normative desire theories are as unsatisfactory as I've just made them seem, or tried to make them seem. I believe that such theories are unsatisfactory, but not for the reasons that I've mentioned here, not because of their lack of explanatory depth, and I will return to this question and give this qualified defense of normative desire theories in my fourth lecture. In the remainder of this lecture, I want to turn to a different way of explaining what reasons are about, which is to hold that claims about reasons can be grounded in and explained by an idea of rationality. I'll argue that the idea that reasons are grounded in rationality in this way, surprisingly, also explains part of the appeal of desire-based theories. Desire theories and theories that ground reasons in an idea of rationality may seem to be polar opposites, right? A desire theory has to do with the emotions, right? The lower part of the soul, as Plato would have said. Rationality has to do with the higher part of the soul. So it might seem that appeals to rationality as the basis of reasons and appeals to desires as the basis of reasons are exactly opposing ways of going. I want to say that despite that, the two nonetheless have something in common. That is, they share a common idea, which is in fact perhaps a plausible idea, but anyway, it's an idea that is denied by a reason's fundamentalism of the kind that I want to defend. So part of my theme in the rest of this lecture is to call your attention to this thing that I'm going to deny, because it does seem to me perhaps to be an implausible or unsatisfactory or difficult aspect of the view that I want to defend. My other reason for this is just that it seems to me rather interesting, if I'm right, that desire theories and rationality-based theories have this common have an overlap in the way that I will argue. So a rationality-based account of reasons would have something like the general form. X is a reason for a person to do A when and because rationality requires a person in that situation to count X in favor of doing A. The second half of this formula employs the idea of a reason in one form. It employs the idea of counting a consideration in favor of an action. But what it employs here is the idea of an agent's treating something as a reason. It's a kind of psychological claim. So it doesn't, the explanans in this formula, the thing that's supposed to be doing the work of explaining, refers to rationality requiring me to have a certain attitude, namely the attitude of taking the fact that drinking water would be pleasant as a reason, as counting in favor of drinking it. It doesn't take on board the idea that in just saying that it really is a reason. The thesis, the rationality-based thesis says, if rationality requires me to treat the fact that it would be pleasant to drink water as counting in favor of drinking water, then the fact that it would be pleasant to drink water is indeed a reason for me to do it, right? Some attitude, if I'm required by rationality to have a certain attitude about reasons, then that attitude about reasons is correct. There's a familiar sense of rational in which the rational thing to do just is the thing that one has most reason to do, or perhaps the thing that one would have most reason to do if one understood what one's, or perhaps would have good reason to do if one's beliefs were true. People use rational in this sense when, for example, they claim that what it is rational to do is to act in one's self-interest. Right? In economics is commonly made claims of this kind, and that's sometimes called a theory of rationality. Right? That's not the kind of theory of rationality that I'm talking about now. Understood in those terms, a theory of rationality is simply a general claim about what people have reason to do. You couldn't use that kind of a thesis to explain what it is for someone to have reason to do, right? That's just another normative claim. So a rationality-based account of reasons would be trivial and fail in its aims if the notion of rationality it appealed to were of this substantive, or as you might say, buck-passing sort. So a view of this kind must employ a conception of rationality that doesn't either consist of or itself depend on a substantive conception of what reasons people have. In a Kantian theory, which is the most familiar view of this type, the fundamental claim is that the categorical imperative is a condition of rationality. The most basic claim, then, is that anyone who sees him or herself as a rational agent must, insofar as he or she is not irrational, see the categorical imperative as the fundamental constraint on his or her practical reasoning. Right? It's a requirement of rationality in the sense it's a requirement that you have to fulfill in order not to be irrational, that you see the categorical imperative as constraining your thinking about what you are going to do. So a consideration is a reason for an agent to do something according to this theory, if a failure to count it as a reason to do that would be incompatible with the categorical imperative. So far, this seems only to cover moral reasons broadly construed. My colleague Chris Korsgaard's version of a Kantian view broadens this by adding that something is also a reason for an agent to do a particular action if failing to see it as a reason to do that action would be incompatible with some practical identity that the agent has adopted, and if adopting that identity is itself compatible with the categorical imperative. So if my practical identity of being a philosopher is one that the categorical imperative permits me to have, I don't know whether it would. I mean, what if everybody did that? I mean, hey, but let's suppose for the moment that my practical identity of being a philosopher is one that it's permissible under the categorical imperative to adopt, then I have reason to do those things that are required by my identity as a philosopher, such as, I guess, not lie about what the categorical imperative says, for example. That would be a violation of my, contrary to my identity as a philosopher. You can make up some other things about what you think philosophers normally do. Passing up an opportunity to make a meaningless distinction, I suppose, would be something like that. I once was at a dinner party, and as the dessert was being served and the third glass of wine had been poured, the hostess announced that she was going to go around the room and ask everyone to summarize their profession in one sentence. And she pointed at me to start. And I had no idea what to say. I opened my mouth, and the following sentence came out. There are distinctions to be made, and it's important to make them well. I don't know where it came from. I guess it was an expression of my identity as a philosopher. Okay, so it's worth considering how a view that bases claims about reasons as requirements of rationality, on requirements of rationality, might explain some of the puzzling features of reasons that I have mentioned above. Such a view can explain what I call the relational character of facts about reasons, since facts about reasons on this view are facts about what a particular agent can, consistent with rationality, treat as a reason. So what is a reason for an agent depends on what that person, given their identity and so on, can treat as a reason. So it locates the ground and constraints on things being reasons in something that is, as they say, already true of the agent, him or herself. It can also explain what makes claims about reasons correct when they are correct. They are correct if they do indeed follow from requirements of rationality. Moreover, we can know what reasons we have on such a view because we can know what rationality requires. And insofar as we are rational, we'll be moved to do what we have reason to do. The strength of reasons can be explained in what might be called a top-down fashion, in contrast to the bottom-up explanation offered by a desire theory. I think a desire theory, I said, explains strength in terms of the relative psychological force of these desires. Right? If I have a desire to eat ice cream and a desire to lose weight, then obviously my desire to eat ice cream is stronger than my desire to lose weight because when I'm faced with ice cream, I eat it. Anyway, that's the bottom-up explanation. The Kantian theory offers, on the other hand, what you might call the top-down explanation. That is, one reason is a stronger reason than the other if it's consistent with the requirements of rationality for me to adopt a policy of giving preference to that consideration over the other when both are present. Right? If I can't, consistent with the categorical imperative, let's say, pay no attention to your needs simply because it's inconvenient, that would be a violation of the categorical imperative, that policy. Right? So because that policy can't be willed to be a universal law, my reason for helping you is a stronger reason than my reason for doing what's convenient, or eating more ice cream, or listening to music, or whatever it might be. I think that way of explaining strength in terms of, as it were, top-down rationales for policies of giving preference to one consideration over another is the right way to go in explaining strength. Although when we just think about the phenomenon of strength in ordinary terms, because something like a desire theory has such a strong, I think, intuitive hold on us, we're likely to think that these reasons are, as it were, entities that have this property of strength, and they're contending with one another. But I think that's a picture we ought to get away from, and I think that this is one of the appealing features of the Kantian theory, is that it directs our attention to this different way of understanding the phenomenon of relative strength. I won't go into the question of optionality. Now, back to my diagram. I'm going to leave this aside to consider what has generally been seen as an advantage of rationality-based theories over other theories of other types, in particular the type I want to defend. Now, the two shifts that I mentioned earlier, from morality to normativity more generally, and from motivation to questions of motivation to questions of reasons, interact with one another in a troubling way, which I now want to mention. If morality is the topic of metaethics, then we can shift from the, might say, 1950s view about how moral considerations can motivate us to what I call the successor view, which is, why is it that moral considerations provide us with a reason? Or why is it the case that if something is morally wrong, we have sufficient reason not to do it, right? So if this is the subject, then this transition makes perfect sense. But if this is the subject, and if normativity is understood in terms of reasons, then there doesn't seem to be any room to ask this question. This question seems to have disappeared, and it looks as if the only question we can ask about normativity is, as it were, how it motivates us. Because if claims about normativity are just claims about what we have reason to do, then there isn't any further question here. Whereas if the subject is morality, there is still a question about what we have reason to do. And so one question is, what is the successor question if the question is the question of normativity? And this is the problem, from my view, that I want to discuss. In her famous Tanner lectures, The Sources of Normativity, my colleague Christine Korsgaard gives the name the normative question to the question of how reasons acquire their normative force, or as she sometimes puts it, how reasons get a grip on an agent. So we're talking here about something you might call the authority of the normative. Now, a view of the kind that I'm calling reasons fundamentalism, which takes there to be facts about what things are reasons, can't, she says, give a satisfactory answer to this question. If a consideration's being a reason for a person is just another fact about the world, she says, then the person might still be perfectly indifferent to whether this fact holds or not. So the question is, what kind of grip is she talking about when she's saying that normative reasons fundamentalism, or she calls it normative realism, can't explain? The question can't be a normative grip if normativity is understood solely in terms of reasons. As I said, there isn't any further question. The normative question can't be, what reason do I have to do what I have reason to do? Now, we might say that the question is instead one of motivation. But here we need to distinguish several different issues. On the one hand, there's the question of how a person can be motivated by the thought that something is a reason for action, if this thought is a mere belief that something is the case. This is a problem coming down to us from Hume. And as I will argue in my third lecture, I believe that the idea of rational agency provides an answer to this question, which might be called the internal question of motivation. This is the question of how a person's beliefs about reasons move that person to action, or how a person's beliefs about reasons figure significantly in the explanations of what a person does. So I'll talk about that question in my third lecture, but I'm not going to address it here because I don't think that that's the question that Korsgaard has in mind. A second way of understanding Korsgaard's normative question in terms of motivation would be to see it as what might be called an external question of motivation. This would be a question not about how my beliefs about what I have reason to do could motivate me, but rather about how the fact out there in the world, if it is a fact out there in the world, that something is a reason for me to act in a certain way, could get me to act in that way, or get me to treat that fact as a reason to act in that way. The agent might, she might say, completely deny that this thing is a reason. If he or she did, what could we say to him? A reasons fundamentalist, Korsgaard might say, would simply insist that this thing is, after all, a reason, and that's all there is to it. If I didn't want to take a drink of water, although I claimed that my mouth was very parched, and the person said, well, there's some water, drink it. You say, well, why should I? And say, well, you have a reason to do it. You say, well, why should I care about that? That seems odd. So the challenge here, I think, isn't correctly described as a question of motivation, if that's understood to mean a question that might be answered by a psychological explanation of how a person could come to respond to some fact in a certain way. The problem isn't a matter of motivation in the psychological sense, but rather of something more like normative authority. The question is not how an agent might come to respond to the fact that X is a reason for her to do A by accepting that it is a reason, but rather a question of why, if she does indeed have these reasons, she must so respond. That's why Korsgaard calls it the normative question, because of that must. If something out there is a reason for me, why must I recognize it as such a reason? It's not how somebody could, by some kind of conditioning, get me psychologically to start treating it as a reason. That might be called the question of manipulation. But rather the question, it's a kind of normative question about why I must treat this fact as a reason, if it is really one. Now, Korsgaard is quite correct about what a reasons fundamentalist, or at least this particular reasons fundamentalist, would say in a situation of the kind she imagines. According to me, the relation that holds between an agent and some consideration in such a situation is the relation of that consideration's being a reason for the agent to act in a certain way. The grip that fact has on the agent just is the relation being a reason for him or her, and in the strongest cases, being a conclusive reason. As Korsgaard puts it quite correctly, a reasons fundamentalist, this is a quote from her, insists on the irreducible character of normativity. The fundamental disagreement here is whether there is some further explanation that can and should be given of why an agent, in a situation in which he or she has a reason, must treat that thing as a reason. What's the force of that must? Korsgaard believes that in order to explain the force of this must, we have to find something about the agent in virtue of which she must accept the consideration as a reason to do A. Whatever plays this role can't just be another truth about what reasons the person has, or else the whole problem would start all over again. But in order to have normative force, the explanation we're looking for can't just be a psychological principle. So it follows that the problem can be solved only by finding a kind of normativity, some grounding for a must, that lies beyond and beneath the normativity of reasons. Korsgaard finds this in the idea of rational agency itself. As she puts it, here's another quote, Kantians believe that the source of the normativity of moral claims must be found in the agent's own will. That's the end of the quote. Now, I believe that what she says here explicitly about moral claims is, in her view, true of all claims about reasons. Claims about moral requirements are grounded in things that an agent must accept, insofar as she sees herself as acting at all. Other things are reasons that an agent must accept or see as reasons in virtue of some more specific identity that he or she has. Now, the idea that claims about the reasons an agent has must be grounded in something that's already true of that agent, or true of the agent's own attitudes, is shared by a surprisingly wide range of views, many of them not at all Kantian. I'm tempted to say, although it may be an exaggeration, that this view is shared by almost all of those who believe in normative reasons, but are not reasons fundamentalists in my sense. Consider, for example, my former colleague Gilbert Harman, in the view expressed in his famous or notorious article, Moral Relativism Defended. I assume that some of you who've taken philosophy courses are familiar with Harman's defense of moral relativism. In that paper, Harman writes, I'm taking Harman here because he's not a Kantian, right? He's a moral relativist, so he can't be a Kantian. Harman writes that an agent's reasons for action must be something that follows from his or her goals, desires, or intentions. He doesn't put it exactly this way, but it seems in the spirit of his view to add that all claims about reasons that are not so based fail to get a grip on the agent, in Borsgaard's words. I think that something similar might be said about proponents of desire-based views more generally, such as Bernard Williams's view that the only correct claims about reasons are what he calls internal reasons claims. That is, claims about what follows by a sound deliberative route from that agent's actual subjective motivational set, which would include, in Harman's sense, the agent's goals, desires, and intentions. You note that Williams speaks here of a sound deliberative route. So this allows that a consideration can be a reason for an agent, even though the agent is not presently motivated by that consideration. It's enough for that consideration to be a reason for the agent that being so motivated has the right kind of connection with the agent's present attitudes. That is, that there's a sound deliberative route from the agent's present goals, desires, or intentions, present attitudes, a sound deliberative route from these facts about the agent to a state in which the agent would be motivated to do the thing in question. Right? So I have reason to exercise, despite the fact that I hate exercise, because I want to live longer and, get my wife off my back, or whatever other things might be. So I have, and if it's true that there's a sound deliberative route leading from those facts about my current desires, goals, and intentions to the adoption of a policy of getting up early every morning and getting on the exercise machine, then it's true that I have a reason to get up every morning and get on the exercise machine, much as I might deny it and hate the thought that it's true and get very angry when someone points out to me that it is. So, sorry, I got so concerned about exercise that I lost my place. Right. It's enough for Williams, as I say, that being motivated to do something has the right kind of connection with a person's present attitudes, whether they feel a desire to do it or not. So this connection might be described in terms of motivation, this word here, but it seems to me to have at base a normative connection, a normative idea rather than the psychological idea that motivation, the term motivation, would seem to convey. This is what's captured. The fact that there's a normative or rational connection here is conveyed by the fact that Williams is talking about a sound deliberative route. The soundness of the deliberative route, what that does is to ground the reason, my reason for exercising, whatever, normatively in something to which I am already committed. Another claim that Williams once made may be relevant here. Williams was arguing against what he called proponents of external reasons. That's people like me who believe that there can be truths about what an agent has reason to do which aren't grounded in any facts about their present psychology. Arguing against such a person, he considered the example of a man who treats his wife badly and doesn't care at all about how he treats her. Williams says, there are many things that might be said about this man. He may be cruel, heartless, and so on, and maybe it would be better if he were not like that. But, Williams says, a defender of the external reasons theory, that is somebody who thinks that this man has a reason not to treat his wife so badly, wants to go beyond this, according to Williams, and say that the man is irrational if he fails to recognize that he has reason to treat his wife better. Now, I think a defender of an external reasons view, such as mine, need not accept this requirement. I think people can fail to recognize reasons that they have without being irrational. And Williams later agreed that this was so and retracted this comment. But I conjecture that Williams made the claim in the first place. He originally claimed that an external reasons theorist would want to say that the man who treated his wife badly was irrational if he denied that he had reason to treat her better because he himself believed that claims about reasons have, in order to be true, have to get a grip on an agent in a way that would ground the charge of irrationality if the agent ignored these reasons. That's what the sound deliberative root is doing. So if treating the fact that this would please your wife or whatever as a reason to treat her in a certain way, if that really is a reason for me, William said, it can be a reason only because it's tied to something about me which I can deny only by getting into a kind of contradiction, but by being actually irrational. Similarly, because Williams himself thought, it seems to me, that claims about reasons had to be grounded via the idea of rationality in facts that were already true of you, he naturally supposed that his opponent thought this as well. So I think that's why he made that suggestion. A similar thought seems to be what draws Michael Smith, in his famous book, The Moral Problem, to identify reasons that a person has with what a person would desire for him or herself if he or she were fully rational. The fact that the reason that Smith is talking about here is determined by what that person would desire if fully rational, that is, fully informed, thinking clearly, and so on, ensures a connection with the agent, him or herself. Perhaps a close enough connection to make it irrational for the person to reject the claim about what he or she has a reason to do. As Smith says in a more recent work, here's a quote, "If morality requires some limited form of altruism, then the principle of limited altruism is a principle on all fours with modus ponens and modus tollens and the principle of means ends." So modus ponens, the conclusion that from A and if A then B, B follows. A logical principle which you might say it would be irrational to deny. It would be irrational for me to say, yes, certainly A is true. And I say, well, but if A is true, then B is true. I say, well, yes, that's true too. You say, so B. You say, I don't see why that follows. That seems irrational. Right? So Smith says, if morality requires some limited form of altruism, then the principle of limited altruism, that we have a reason to help other people, to sacrifice a little bit to make their lives better, is a principle that is on all fours with modus ponens and the principle of means ends reasoning. So again, if it's true that we have reason to treat other people better, then the principle requiring us to treat other people better has got to be one that it would be a species of irrationality to deny. So the idea of grounding claims about an agent's reasons in attitudes that that agent already holds may derive some of its appeal from the dialectical context within which arguments about reasons for action are imagined to take place. In Williams' example of the man who sees no reason to treat his wife better, the context is an instance of what Gil Harman called external reasoning. That is, a context in which two people are arguing about what one of them has a reason to do. In such a context, when I'm trying to persuade you to do something, or when you're trying to persuade me that I ought to get up in the morning and exercise, the facts about what one party's actual attitudes are, as opposed to the facts about the supposed merits of the contents of those attitudes, have a particular salience. It's an obvious dialectical advantage in argument to be able to get a grip on your opponent by saying, but you already accept that A, and it follows from this that, whatever it is. So to get a grip on your opponent in that sense is a sort of thing debaters are taught, right? That's what you're supposed to do. It's noteworthy, I think, that much of Williams' discussion in his paper, Internal and External Reasons, always involves cases in which one person is trying to force some other person to agree that he has a reason to act in a certain way. The example just mentioned of the man who wants to who treats his wife badly is one. His example of Owen Wingrave, who doesn't want to join the army even though his family is trying to persuade him to do it to uphold the family honor, is another, and there are many more. I think these are typical. And if you look at the early part of Korsgaard's sources of normativity, most of the examples assume a similar dialectical situation. She imagines two people who are disagreeing about whether something is a reason for a certain action, and she observes that it is, as she puts it at one point, mere reiterative stone kicking for one party to say in the face of the other person's denial, but it just is a reason. Right? Well, that is reiterative stone kicking. A much more effective response would be to come up with an argument that begins from something that the other party accepts or something that the other party can't deny on pain of irrationality. But what it takes for a claim to be correct need not be the same as what it takes for the claim to be one that one's opponent in an argument cannot consistently deny. These two things are certainly different with respect to claims about empirical facts, and I believe they are also different with respect to claims about reasons, which is the point at issue. That they are different is strongly suggested when we shift to what Harman calls a case of internal reasoning, which is reasoning about what reasons one has oneself. In this case, the mere fact that one couldn't consistently reject a claim about reasons, given that one has some desire, intention, or other attitude, isn't itself dispositive, doesn't settle the matter. One can always ask oneself whether and why one should have that other attitude in turn, whether that other attitude can be justified in the relevant way. From the agent's own point of view, her own given attitudes are largely transparent to the subject matter under consideration. The question isn't, do I have a certain end from which it follows that I ought to be in order to promote that end? There's always the question, well, should I have that end to begin with? Korsgaard recognizes, indeed she emphasizes, the possibility of this kind of reflective stepping back when one is thinking about what reasons one has. In such a situation, she says, a person must keep on asking why until she comes to a point at which it is impossible, unnecessary, or incoherent to ask why again. This is what she calls the search for the unconditioned. But leaving aside whether it's possible to find an unconditioned starting point for reasoning about what reasons one has, a starting point that doesn't itself involve any substantive judgment about reasons, must we always seek such a starting point? The claim that we must continue stepping back until it is impossible, unnecessary, or incoherent to ask why again would be much less plausible without the disjunct unnecessary. But when is it unnecessary to ask any further? I would say that this depends on the substantive merits of the answer one has reached, on whether this seems clearly correct or not. Grounding claims about reasons in claims about rationality, that is, claims about what's required to avoid irrationality, thus has its greatest appeal in cases of external reasoning. In internal reasoning, what comes to the fore are substantive conclusions about the subject matter being dealt with, about what reasons we actually have. There's a reversal here that may at first seem surprising, but should not be so. Claims about irrationality are in one sense more internal than substantive claims about reasons. As John Broome says, they depend only on the contents of the subject's own mind. But such claims are not as relevant in internal reasoning as in the external variety, and it's the point of view of internal reasoning that's primary in an investigation of reasons and normativity. From the point of view of the person, him or herself, the question of how reasons get a grip on one properly disappears. There's only the question, what reason do I have? In these introductory remarks, I've tried first to identify the position for which I will offer a qualified defense. Claims about reasons can be correct or incorrect, and such claims are fundamental, not reducible to or explained in terms of claims of other kinds. I've tried to identify this position in a way that brings out what seems unsatisfactorily incomplete about it. I've considered two ways of providing a further explanation of reasons, either by basing them in desires or by basing them in an idea of irrationality. And I've explained briefly why I find these unsatisfactory. I'll have something more to say about this in later lectures. But if these alternatives are unsatisfactory, and if, I will argue in the next two lectures, the appeal of expressivist views should be resisted, then unless there is some other general account of reasons, which I doubt, reasons fundamentalism will be left as the only available position. If this is so, however, it may be a case in which one should be careful what one wishes for, since we will be left with the various problems about reasons that I've listed at the beginning. I will take up these reasons later in my final lecture. Thank you. That's a strange thing about this microphone. Doesn't seem to affect audibility in the room.
Can you specify your notion of rationality? Can you specify your notion of rationality?
Well, there are several ideas of rationality in the air, right? So I distinguished. Oh my gosh, some real chalk here. One is. That the rational thing to do is what I have most reason to do. So that puts rationality downstream from an idea of reason. So I'm okay with that, but it's not very informative, right? So the alternative is the idea of what's required in order to be rational as being what one has to do in order to avoid being irrational, right? Now, I think some people might say, some people who say that what rationality requires, or what we have most reason to do is to act in our self-interest, people sometimes even say, and it's irrational to do something knowing that it isn't in your self-interest. That sounds to me sort of crazy. I don't really think that's true, but it's a mistake maybe, but not irrational. But it's irrational, let's say, to do something that one believes one has reason not to do. If I believe I have a conclusive reason, so let's say, suppose I believe I have a conclusive reason not to do something, I do it anyway, I'm being irrational. Okay, so we might say that irrationality involves a kind of internal inconsistency in one's attitudes. And so the requirements of rationality on this view would be the requirements of avoiding certain kinds of inconsistency. So maybe a violation of means ends rationality would be an example of this. That is, I say, I'm going to talk about this later. I want to get to Reykjavik by tomorrow, and they said, well, you need to go to the airport now. And I say, why? Well, because if you don't catch the plane that's leaving now, you won't be able to get to Reykjavik by tomorrow. And I say, so, so that's irrational. I'm failing to see that. So. Now, Kantianism would be an alternative view. It's not simply inconsistent, but there are conditions on what it is to function as an agent, which aren't simply matters of being consistent, although maybe they're a more complicated version of that. So that would be another model, right? So those seem to me to be alternatives. I myself am not inclined to try to base an account of reasons on an idea of rationality because I don't think that any of these are going to deliver the goods. So I myself am not offering a positive thesis about what rationality is. So my answer, that's why in answering your question, instead of saying my view of rationality is such and such, I'm saying, well, it seems to me that the alternatives out there are these. So I'll have a few words to say at various points about these alternatives, although I myself am not going to appeal to them. I guess I'll be appealing to the idea that as far as I can see, these are the only alternatives in the field, right? So. Yeah, I thought maybe that question was a preliminary to something further you wanted to ask. Yeah, sorry.
I noticed that you worked in mathematical logic when you way back.
Yes.
So logic is not in your rationality.
I think that violations of well, it's not irrational to deny something which is a logical consequence of something I believe, because it might only be by incompatible by way of a very complicated argument that I don't know. So So I can have inconsistent beliefs, I think, without being irrational. If I know that they're inconsistent and I don't see that as any reason for modifying them, then I'm being irrational. Yeah, that would be this. If I had to pick one of these, it would be something like this, right?
Thank you for very interesting lecture. There are two questions and kind of two thoughts that really pull in different directions.
Okay.
So one is the thing that you said that you wouldn't discuss, the idea that reasons are the sort of unifying concept.
Right.
Right? And here is an alternative which I find rather attractive, though. And I'm thinking of Broome's proposal, where he says that reasons generally have to do with explanation, right? And there are explanatory reasons where, kind of, what we mean by that is sort of reasons, explanations of natural facts. Right?
Why the volcano erupted.
Yes, right.
There's a reason why the volcano erupted, but it's known only to the volcano. Right?
Yes. But then there are normative reasons,
Right.
which are explanations of normative facts. So this would mean that the reason to do a certain action, for example, is an explanation of why this action ought to be done.
Right. Right.
So on that approach, it would rather be the notion of outness.
Right.
That's the sort of central normative notion, and the other notions which be derived from that. So, the other sort of goes in a very different direction is that, well, don't reasons have to do with reasoning? Right? This sort of etymological.
Yes.
So reasons should be things that are fit to be present, kind of to appear in reasoning as premises of that reasoning and so on. But on this view, reasons would not be facts out there in the world, as I think that
Right.
you are suggesting, but rather would be propositions, right? Maybe true propositions, but they would be something that's fit to appear in reasoning. So both those positions are somewhat seem to be kind of in different ways incompatible with.
Okay. I should have talked about this instead, probably. Well, first, as to Broome's view, reasons are facts that explain the truth of ought. So why ought I to go to the airport? Why ought to go to the airport? Well, I have a reason to get to Reykjavik or something. Now, I can understand that. That makes perfect sense on my view because I understand ought in terms of reasons. Because I want to say to claim about ought just is the claim that it's what I have. I ought to do something if it's what I have most reason to do. If I move away from that to some other idea about what ought is, I have two problems. One, I'm not certain what that idea is. And second, insofar as it isn't this one which already incorporates the idea of a reason, I'm a little bit at a loss as to why it is that facts about reasons explain facts about ought. So, a great admirer though I am of Broome's view, I don't myself, I guess insofar as I can understand why it is that facts about reasons are things that explain oughts, that's only because I understand ought in my way rather than his. So I'm a little bit at a loss for that. So I don't have an argument against it, but that's the thing. I want to be, although this is something that needs to be cleaned up, I've so far wanted to be indifferent as to whether reasons are facts or whether they're true propositions. It doesn't seem to me to make a lot of difference which it is. Beliefs about reasons figure in reasoning. So that's what I would say. I don't.
wouldn't I mean, when I, in reasoning, appeal to something, right, I do not appeal to a belief that I have,
No.
to the content of my belief, right? So I don't think that it's beliefs that appear in the reasoning.
Well, there's an ambiguity about what it is that figures in reasoning. In reasoning, I go from one mental state to the next. Right?
Yes,
Now, in doing it myself, I'm thinking not about the belief, but about the object, which is either a true proposition or a fact. Right? The proposition is my grip on the fact. Right? So I guess I don't feel a tension there, but I may be because I'm being too sloppy.
Yes, my question is about your rationality-based account about reasons. So you have argued against a rationality-based account of reasons in the case of practical reasons. Right. But you haven't mentioned theoretical reasons or reasons for having certain feelings in this connection. So I was wondering whether a rationality-based theory about other kinds of reasons than the practical ones is more plausible. At least it seemed to me to be the case.
So, for example, epistemic reasons.
Yes.
Right. So, reasons for belief. You might say something is a reason for belief if the norms of rational believing, whatever the norms of theoretical rationality require me to treat it as a reason. That would be something like the story. I'm inclined to think there that I would explain. So I'd say, why do we explain the fact that something that's evidence, something that implies the truth of P, is a reason for believing it? That's right. Now, I say, well, that follows from what belief is, or from the object, what the object of belief, or what follows from what I'm going to do with a belief. If a belief is something I'm going to rely on in inferring the truth of other propositions, for example, or in deciding what to do, it's going to be fit. P is going to be fit to be, for me to have that, having that attitude toward P is going to be fit for its purpose, that is of guiding me to true conclusions about other things, or in guiding me in deciding what to do, just in case it's correct. And so something that counts in favor of its correctness counts in favor of having that attitude, of giving it that role in my thinking. Now, does that explanation go via the idea of rationality, or is the idea of rationality, might say, something that follows from that? I'm not sure what's prior. Now you might think that, say, decision theory maybe is a theory of rationality. You might take formal theories of, say, of how we should update our beliefs, something a Bayesian theory or something like that. Is that a theory of? Now, the Bayesian version is a little bit special because it, in effect, in a certain respect, reduces the idea of epistemic reasons to practical reasons in a certain way. So it's not really going to be a way of answering your question. But my general thought is that claims about formal versions of epistemic norms of epistemic reasoning look to me like this kind of a theory of rationality. That is, you start with some idea about what reasons we have, what makes something appropriate for belief, and you develop some rules for thinking that map onto that pick up on those considerations. But I don't have a settled view about it. I'm inclined. I used to think that it would make sense to talk about practical reasons and theoretical reasons kind of in a similar uniform way. I've been recently persuaded by some writing of Joseph Raz in a paper called, I think it's called Reasons Practical and Adaptive, that there's more difference between the two than I previously thought. So I now feel rather uncertain what to say about epistemic reasons, but I recommend that paper.
Could you comment on reasons for having certain feelings also, because they are closer to practical reasons, it seems?
Right. I don't have a view. I don't have a view about reasons for emotions. I think that there are such things as reasons for emotions, but that's partly because I think that emotions have, on the whole, a kind of most emotions have a certain rational character built into them. That is, to feel an emotion is to, for example, wish for something. And wishing for something is very close to taking oneself to have a reason to want it to have been otherwise. Anger, resentment, other kinds of emotions of that sort involve seeing reasons to act certain way, by being moved by certain considerations. For example, consideration of as offering revenge, or as consideration as a kind of retaliation. So I think that a lot of emotional states themselves involve seeing certain considerations as reasons. So insofar as they involve seeing certain considerations as reasons, they're, you might say, tied into questions about what we in fact have reason to do. So that would be one way of making a link. Sadness would be a harder case, except it involves wishing that something hadn't happened. But it's a harder case. But I don't have a general view. And I wish I did.
Yeah. Well, thank you. I really appreciate your lecture, but it may be to some extent a little confused. Okay. You are giving a picture of a person who is looking for what ought I to do. Mm-hmm. And you give us examples of, well, ought I to drink the water? Ought I to listen to the music? Ought I to go to the airport? The picture that gives me is a very lonesome rider. So my main question is, where do other people come in? Where do relations come in? Does that have anything to do with your concept of reason and rationality? One of your examples is different. Ought I to turn the wheel of my car? And in my world, that is a completely different example, because that's the only example in my world that would be normative. That's the only example in my world that would have something to do with morality. Right. So, aren't you giving us a number of lonesome rider decision problems which have nothing to do with morality or normality, but only one example which does have something to do with that and is different because it has something to do with relations? So what's your answer to that different picture and that different world?
A very appropriate question, which embarrasses me, but not because I actually hold the view that you are assigning to me, but I realize that I certainly gave that impression. I mean, in my own writing about moral philosophy, which has been what I've written about most, I give first place to our relations with others, and to I want to explain a very great deal in terms of our relations with others. Although, I think that there is a question about why we should care about morality, which is in my view a question about why we should care about those relations with others. Why should we care that our relations with others have certain character as opposed to a different character? And maybe there I'm the lonesome rider again. I mean, once I ask why should I care about my relations with others, that's a question that I need to be able to give an answer to. So I think one can give that answer, and it does involve just trying to explain, look, what would life be like if you lived this way, as opposed to what would life be like if you lived that way. I think there's a limit to how far the argument can go, but it takes the form of appealing to the value of certain relations. But still, those relations are things that an individual has reason to do. So maybe I am at base your lonesome rider, even though I think that relations with others are valuable. But I would suspect that at that level you're in the same position, unless you think that it's impossible to step back from the question of morality and ask why should I care about those particular considerations. The one other thing I would say, though, has to do with this diagram. That is, I understand my question as being a more general question of which morality is a special case. And you were suggesting, which is not an uncommon view, that the normative really is to be identified with the moral. And so this move is either not a real move or it's changing the subject. And I guess you think it's not a real move. But I think that although I think morality is very important, I think that not all of our reasons are moral reasons, and even not all of our reasons for not all of our reasons that are based in our relations with others are moral reasons, I would say. But that depends on a much disputed question of what morality is, which I'd be happy to talk about, but it's another subject.
Thank you for this lecture. I want to ask a question that's perhaps not a question, but anyway. You made a remark that sort of sounded like it could be an argument against the desire theory. I'm not sure it was...
Against what?
The desire theory. I'm not sure whether it was intended really to be an argument or whether it was just sort of... You noted a certain feature about it. Was that it's exclusively about practical reasons.
Yes.
And you might perhaps want a more general theory about reasons, and then the desire theory might sort of not be a promising place to start.
Right.
So that might count against the desire theory.
Right.
But, I mean, on the other hand, practical reasons and, say, epistemic reasons seem to be two very different kinds of beasts. And I mean, they are perfectly capable of coexisting in the same sort of deliberative situation.
Right.
And we are very capable of distinguishing them from each other, even if we can't give a precise account of their nature. So I might discuss a normative statement, and I might discuss the reasons I have for believing in that statement. And when it comes to belief, I might talk about the reasons I have for believing that, and then I might introduce practical reasons. So, for instance, that I should believe in God because of the benefits that it would give me or something like that.
Right.
And we are clearly able to see that that's sort of introducing a very, very different type of reason into the situation. So these seem to be very different things. And I mean, it would come as no surprise that we perhaps should start from different places in accounting for these types of reasons. And in fact, it might even be an advantage of the desire theory that it gives us an answer to why practical reasons are so very special, so distinct from epistemic reasons. And also that they give us an immediate answer to what might sort of sounds perhaps a bit silly, but what one might call the practicality of practical reasons. So why do these things matter for our actions? Well, desires have an immediate connection to actions. Whereas if you account for practical reasons in terms of facts, then there is this practicality question. Okay, so why do these facts relate to my actions? They seem to be no immediate reason, epistemic reason, why I should believe that there is this type of connection between them. So, I mean, this kind of practicality question, I think, is a bit different from the type of authority question that you consider. But again, it might be the same question. But I think this speaks in favor of the desire theory.
Right. Good. Well, first, I didn't mean that remark about how desire theories would apply only to reasons for action as a reason for rejecting desire. I said so this could be explained by saying there was something special about actions, which explained why desires were reasons for action as opposed to other things. So I didn't mean that. I was noting that as a feature of the view, but not as a reason for rejecting it. First. Second, one of the things that is that might be seen to be a contrast between epistemic reasons and reasons and practical reasons is that the domain of epistemic reasons might seem to be immediately, I say, unified by the idea of the truth of one's beliefs. Right? So considerations are epistemic reasons if they count in favor of the judgment that is to be believed. Whereas there doesn't seem to be just immediate. Look at immediately any similarly unifying idea about actions, which can aim at all kinds of different things. A desire theory would provide that kind of unity. So on the one hand, we have epistemic reasons, which are somehow unified by the idea of that what beliefs are about as being true, whereas on the other hand, we have practical reasons which are unified by the idea that what actions do is to serve our desires. Right? And I think that's an appealing. That unifying character is an appealing feature of it, as I'll say in my fourth lecture. I think it's something, makes one wish that a desire. I think a normative desire theory would be the best theory, in many ways the most satisfactory theory we could have if it were true. But it just doesn't seem to me to be true. But that unifying character is one of the very appealing things about it, as opposed to the view that I have, which is just highly piecemeal and disunified. Well, you decide whether something is a reason, you just have to think about it. Think, well, what would it be involved in treating that as a reason, and what situations would it apply? It's all quite ad hoc. So both a desire theory or a rationality theory, if you could get one, would have this nice unifying character. And it's one of the very unsatisfactory features of the view that I find myself forced to, that I can't provide any similarly unifying feature. Just to look ahead, my main reason for rejecting a desire theory isn't simply that it seems to lead to implausible conclusions, maybe those could be avoided, but the fact that from a first-person point of view, it seems to get things backwards. Because to desire something is to see it as something one has some reason to seek. And if I take that part out of desire, then it seems to the supposed motivating, the supposed explanatory character of a desire theory seems to go away. So I have a feeling that a desire theory, although it has this very appealing systematic character, which seems to be exactly what one should want in a theory, and I don't think we should reject it for the reasons I mentioned of being insufficiently deep. I'll argue that's not right. But I think that it gets a certain amount of its appeal from, partly from a third personal point of view. That is that reasons play several different roles. There's one fundamental idea of a reason is so-and-so's reason for doing something, which we appeal to in explaining why he or she did it. Right? And that's certainly an important role for claims about reasons, and desire theory really fits with that. And if you look at a lot of the discussion of reasons for action, say Davidson's actions, reasons and causes, a lot of discussion of reasons in the Constitution in the context of action theory, which was up until fairly recently where most of this discussion took place. It all really has that outlook. So if you take that outlook and carry it over to the first person point of view, armed with a desire to find something unifying, you're likely to be led to a desire theory. But although unifying seems a good thing to aim at, it seems the giving desires the fundamental role as reason providers seems to me to get things backwards from a first person point of view. So that's basically what I think. Even though it is very appealing.
Are you so familiar with John Searle's notion of desire-independent reasons that you could, so to speak, hear out of hand, comment on it or relate yourself to it? Or bring in one of his examples. If you simply say, I promise to come tomorrow, then you have, out of your own mind, created a desire-independent reason to keep that promise.
Yes. I think that's true, and there are many ways we can, I think that I have a different view about promises than Searle. I think that that saying I promise to meet you tomorrow gives rise to an expectation in you that, or makes it legitimate for you to form an expectation that it would be wrong of me to disappoint, and my relations with you are such a character that not disappointing your expectations is a reason for me. Because I have a certain relation with you, which involves paying due consideration to your expectations, if I do something that gives you grounds for changing your expectations, then I've created a reason for me to do, not to defeat them. That's my, in a nutshell, my view about how promises create obligations. And so I do think that's a desire-independent reason. It's an instance of a whole family of moral reasons, but it doesn't. I don't feel that a desire theorist would necessarily accept that, because a desire theorist would say, well, what you, Scanlon, appealed to was the importance of maintaining a certain kind of relation with other people in which regard for the other person's expectations has an important place. But maintaining that relation with other people gives one a reason only if one has a desire to have that kind of relation with other people. So I think that on my story about how the desire-independent reason works, I think the desire theorists would say it's not really desire-independent, it only appears to be. Now, Searle probably would have another. He has another story about reason. About promises, which is just the practice of promising, as it were, involves this. And I guess I myself don't find that as that is the most persuasive side of his view. But I don't know whether I've really addressed the essence of your question. But that's what I would say about it. Do you want to follow? Yes, please. Okay.
Could there, according to your view, be bad reasons for doing something?
Yes.
And in that case, would these bad reasons be bad just because they lack in rationality? Or could they be bad because they reveal a bad attitude to life, or a bad attitude to other people, or something like that?
And a bad reason can be bad in many ways. The first way in which a bad reason can be bad is simply by not being a reason at all. That is, to go back to the ambiguity I mentioned earlier about reasons, if it was my reason for doing it, my reason for doing something might be that it would annoy my mother, right? And somebody said, that's not a good reason for doing it, right? You're 70 years old almost, you shouldn't be still trying to annoy your mother. So in one sense of a bad reason is a consideration that is a reason. That is, it's something someone treats as a reason. So there's the reasons. The ambiguity is there's what I call the reason in the operative sense. Something is a reason in the operative sense is if it is some agent's reason for doing something. It's what explains what the person saw as making that action worth doing, right? So something is a bad reason if it was somebody's reason, but it wasn't in fact a reason, wasn't a good reason. The second way in which something can be a bad reason is it can be, for example, morally disreputable reason. It can give other people reason to criticize the person, or other people reason to think that their relation with the person has changed. Now, some of my reasons might be bad reasons without being bad in that way. That is, I might make a mistake about what wine to order, or I might act on a reason to choose what kind of automobile to buy, or I might take something as a reason, the fact that it was made in the United States, as a reason to buy it. In fact, that's not a good reason to buy one car rather than another. You ought to look and see, maybe there was a good reason to buy that car, but just the fact of where it was made isn't a reason, right? So, but that's not, maybe not disreputable reason. But if I take the fact that saying something will cause severe embarrassment and distress to my colleague as a reason to say it in the department meeting, that's, whether it was a good reason or not, it's probably not a good reason, but it's also a bad reason. That is, it's a reason that gives my colleagues grounds for thinking ill of me and wishing that I would retire, and so on. And so on. So there are many ways in which a reason can be bad.
Thank you very much again.
Well, thank you for your question. Okay, thank you for coming back for more. Today's lecture, as written, is much longer than yesterday's, and it's also, I think, a little bit more complicated. So I thought it might be useful to use a handout. So even though it's a little long for a handout, 3 sides, it covers the basics. So I hope that'll help you to follow along. The lecture has 2 parts, really. The first part is an adventure sort of off the reservation into what now seems to be known as meta-ontology, the field I didn't know existed until I started thinking about it. And the second half has more to do with what I'm supposed to be talking about, which is the domain of the normative. I venture into this first part because, as I said last time, the topic of this lecture is whether the idea that there are irreducibly normative truths raises serious metaphysical or ontological questions that should give us pause and lead us to reject the idea that normative judgments can be true in favor of interpreting them in some other way as imperatives, expressions of emotion, or something else. And I myself don't believe that normative truth has such metaphysical implications. But I don't think that the claim that it does not have such implications is any kind of special pleading on behalf of the normative. I'm inclined to take what's sometimes called a quietist view about metaphysical claims, about other domains in general, such as mathematics, logic, and so on. So what I do in the first part of this lecture is to try to state, with my attempt to try to work out in some reasonably systematic way this ontological or anti-ontological, as you may call it, view, and to position what I want to say about normative claims in particular within that context. So much of our discussion of these things starts from Mackey's arguments in his book Ethics, Inventing Right and Wrong, and you have here on your handout a quote from him on this topic. He said, "If there were objective values, then they would be entities or qualities or relations of a very strange sort, utterly different from anything else in the universe." And others have also frequently said that there is something unacceptable about the idea of irreducibly normative truths. For example, it's frequently said that the idea that there are such truths is incompatible with naturalism or incompatible with a scientific view of the world, which makes it sound maybe even more frightening or unpalatable. And I don't think that's true. Most of what I have to say along this point really could be understood as a very long-winded elaboration of one sentence in an article of John McDowell's about Mackey, in which he said that Mackey's argument from queerness, as this point is sometimes called, rests on a tendentious use of the expression "the world." So that's basically what I'm saying here, although I'll say it in a much more long-winded and complicated way than McDowell did, and with less panache and style and depth and obscurity. Now, these objections, the objection that irreducibly normative truths have unacceptable metaphysical implications, or that they are incompatible with a scientific view of the world, might have some force if normative truths themselves involved claims about the natural world of causes and effects. But the claim that we have a reason to do something, or indeed the claim that something is right or wrong, is not such a claim, or not solely or at its base such a claim. I'll try to explain later what I mean by those qualifiers, solely or at its base. A scientific view of the world, the view that the natural world around us is best explained by causal laws of the kind dealt with in modern science, doesn't imply that this world is the only thing that we can talk about meaningfully or have true beliefs about. But the idea that normative truths are not truths about the natural world, they're about something else, may involve a further worry, which is that the idea that there are such truths presupposes some other mysterious world that is some odd metaphysical entity. So in the case of mathematics, for example, the idea that numbers and sets exist, but of course they're not parts of the natural world, may not give people much comfort because that sounds like a spooky version of Platonism. They don't exist in the natural world, they must exist somewhere else. Plato's heaven, or they have some strange non-spatio-temporal kind of existence. And that itself may seem quite bizarre and objectionable. So it seems to me that both of these worries, that is the worry that to claim that they're irreducibly normative truths is to claim something false or incompatible with science on the one hand, or that it's to make a claim about some strange kind of entity or some other world. Both of those seem to be misguided, and so what I want to try to do in the first half of this lecture is to explain why I think that. Now it'll turn out, and this may, once I admit this, you may wonder why I'm going to talk about it at all. It'll turn out, I think, that the worries here aren't properly described as ontological worries, at least not in this particular sense of ontology that W.V. Quine had in mind. Nonetheless, I think it's helpful in explaining what kind of position I want to hold, to begin by considering Quine's famous views about ontology. Back in the day when I first came into philosophy, when I started writing my senior thesis from which a lot of this devolves in a way, or that is my interest devolves on, which was on Platonism and the philosophy of mathematics. Now we're going back to 1961, 62. One of the main texts in this subject was Quine's essay on what there is, which was in his collection From a Logical Point of View, which had been recently published around that time. And in this famous essay, Quine offered his criterion of ontological commitment. Now, this was meant to solve puzzles, such as how you can refer to things while denying that they exist. Can I say that unicorns don't exist without somehow referring to unicorns? How can the sentence unicorns don't exist make sense if it includes a term that seems to refer to something that I'm in the very sentence denying exists? Quine said, well, there isn't really any puzzle here, because the way you determine what the ontological commitments of a sentence or a larger discourse comes in two steps. First, you translate it into regimented language, by which he meant the language of first-order logic with non-logical predicate letters. No proper names. You get rid of the proper names by defining them away, and you translate everything into first-order logic. And then you ask, what are the existential claims that are implied by this set of sentences so regimented? So if your theory T, from your theory T, you can deduce that there is an X such that P of X, then you're ontologically committed to P's, right? So if T, you can deduce from T that there is an X such that PX, then the theory T is ontologically committed to P-like things, or whatever you want to call it. So the sentence, there are no unicorns, wouldn't be ontologically committed to unicorns, because there's nothing in there that says unicorns exist. In fact, it says unicorns don't exist. So we're home free. Now, this criterion of ontological commitment was just a criterion. It was Quine's technical way of deciding what are the things that a certain body of sentences commits one to if one accepts those sentences, commits one to accept the existence of. But Quine combined this ontological criterion on the one hand with a kind of ontological minimalism on the other hand. He seemed to think it was better to have an ontology that had fewer things in it as opposed to more things. In particular, at least in the 1940s and 50s, Quine thought it was very important not to be ontologically committed to certain kinds of things, particularly abstract objects like numbers, sets, and so on. And he went to considerable lengths to formulate what he wanted to say in a way that avoided ontological commitments of this troublesome, as he thought, troublesome sort. But the two parts of his view are logically independent of one another. That is, you could accept his criterion on the one hand while taking any one of a number of different views about what one should think about ontology. So you you could accept his view about how to measure, how to test for ontological commitment, while holding a purely permissive view about ontology and not being at all nervous about abstract objects or anything else. And that's in a way what I propose to do. My view about ontology is what I call a permissive first-order view. It's permissive because it doesn't worry as much as Quine did anyway about what exists. It's a first-order view because it holds that the question of whether certain things exist or not is, in the first instance and in general, and I'll explain in a minute what I mean by these qualifications, to be settled by the criteria that are applicable to the particular first-order domain in which we talk about things of that kind. So questions about whether numbers exist or numbers of a certain kind exist are settled by number theory, or by the part of mathematics that deals with numbers of that kind. There's no further question about whether they really exist. Same thing, I think for sets. So what do I mean by a domain? In this case, it's easy to see by a domain we mean the theory of whole numbers or something like that. But I think there are other domains. There's the domain constituted by the natural world, right? The subject that science deals with is it seems to me, a unified domain. What exists in the natural world? What causes what? What things will happen after what, and so on. That's a range of questions, and science is a method for resolving the questions about that subject. Similarly, the normative might say it's a domain, or maybe it's a set of domains, just the way mathematics might be thought of as as a collection of particular domains having to do with, say, sets on the one hand, numbers on the other hand, spaces and topological entities on the other, maybe, and then there can be questions about how these are related to one another. So similarly, as we were saying yesterday, within the normative, there may be normative questions about reasons for belief, normative questions about reasons for action, and perhaps normative questions of other kinds. If I'm wrong about reducing everything to reasons, normative questions about what's good, what we ought to do, what ought to be, and so on. Now, what I want to say about all these domains is that what is true about them and what exists as far as the entities that they deal with are concerned is to be settled in the first instance and in general simply by applying the criteria that are appropriate to that domain. So I think domains are defined on the one hand by the concepts with which they deal, and then those concepts go along typically with some established set of methods for resolving questions that employ concepts of that kind. If we think of, let's say, number theory or set theory or the natural world as the primary examples of domains, we might be inclined to think of a domain primarily as a set of objects, a class of objects of a certain kind, and then there are questions about what the properties are and how those objects and how they behave. But that way of understanding what a domain is doesn't work very well in general, doesn't work perfectly, I think, for mathematics, but it certainly doesn't work for the normative, doesn't even for the moral, right? Moral questions are questions about the assessment of human agents or irrational agents, the assessment of particular actions. And agents and actions are things that happen in the natural world. So normative questions are, in a certain way, questions about the natural world. They're not, I think, at least not pure normative claims, as I'll say in a minute, claims about what happens or what causes what in the natural world. They're rather claims about the normative, whether normative properties apply or don't apply to objects in the natural world. So that shows you that you can't understand the normative as a domain in terms of the objects with which it deals, if the objects include agents, actions, events, and so on, because those are entities with which other domains deal as well. Rather, what's distinct about the normative has to do with the concepts that are applied, such as the concept of being a reason for something, the concept of being morally right, morally disreputable, and so on. Okay, so to come back to my claim that the claims within a domain are to be settled in the first instance by the criteria that are employed within that domain. Now, this view, for those of you who've been forced to take a course that deals with these matters or have been interested in it, you'll see obvious echoes of the view famously, or you might say notoriously, stated by Rudolf Carnap in his paper called Empiricism, Semantics, and Ontology, back in the shadowy days of the past that I was referring to sometime in the 1950s. Excellent paper, defending a somewhat similar view. What I'm calling domains correspond to what Carnap called frameworks. He said there are certain linguistic frameworks. Mathematics is a linguistic framework, and there's other linguistic frameworks. And the frameworks settle, they contain rules, which he said were linguistic rules, that is, rules defined by, that followed from the way in which the terms in question were defined, for settling questions within those domains. And there are no external questions, he said, about such domains. The only questions external to a framework, as he put it, are practical questions about whether we want to adopt that way of speaking or not. That was Carnap's view. Now, my view it differs from Carnap's in several ways. First, I don't take domains to be defined by linguistic rules. That was one of the things that got him into trouble with Quine. Second, it seems to me that there can be external questions, external theoretical questions about a domain. So I also disagree with Carnap that external questions have to be entirely practical. So let me say something about what kind of external questions it seems to me there can be about a domain. Here I'm getting back to those qualifiers that I mentioned. In general and in the first instance, I said questions within a domain are completely settled, authoritatively settled by the criteria for those domains. Well, if we can ask all kinds of questions about a domain, as which concepts are employed within the domain of mathematics. That's not a mathematical question, right? That's a question, sort of a meta question about mathematics. And there's similar sort of harmless quasi-linguistic or classificatory external questions. You might say, with perhaps one exception, that any question employing the term the domain such and such is not a question within that domain. It's an external question, because the idea of the domain of mathematics is not a mathematical notion, or the domain of the norm is not a norm. Maybe it's a descriptive thing that we as philosophers are using to categorize these different intellectual undertakings. Those external. So in that sense, all of what I'm now engaging in is various kinds of external discussion of certain kinds of domains, and that's what Carnap himself was engaging in with respect to his frameworks in empiricism, semantics, and ontology. But the external questions that Carnap was concerned with were external questions of existence. He wanted to say that as long as if the criteria of mathematics say that certain numbers exist, then there isn't any external question about whether they really exist or not. That's a nonsensical, a pseudo question, as Carnap called it, although there's a practical question about whether we want to adopt that particular mathematical theory, that's a question about whether it's useful for us to employ mathematics in that sense. Now, it seems to me, in that way, but it seems to me that there's a very great deal of truth in Carnap's view, so put, although I think it requires certain qualifications. First, it has qualifications because in some cases there are genuine external theoretical questions about a domain. You might have said, look, this permissive first-order view that I'm pushing here is too permissive. For example, somebody could define a domain of dealing with witches and spirits, and we have criteria for deciding whether someone is a witch, or people in certain periods of history have had criteria for deciding whether someone was a witch or not. So it might seem that, according to my view, that was perfectly okay and couldn't be criticized, as it were, from outside, and that might seem too permissive. It's not simply a practical question of whether it's useful to talk about witches. There's a question about whether talk about witches is really true. And it seems to me that's quite right. That's quite right because to claim that someone is a witch, I'd say internal to the theory of witches, if you want to call it that, is to say that that the witch is someone who has the power to do certain things. Make cows stop giving milk, cause children to be stillborn, and things like that witches were supposed to do. So witches, within the actual talk about witches, there are claims about what causes what in the natural world. So witch theory, as it were, on the face of it, makes claims that are in conflict with, and so we have to resolve the conflict between that theory and some other theory for deciding what causes what in the natural world. That's a question to which external criteria can apply, and which theory seems to me to lose in the bargain. It might also be said that particular talk within a particular domain can not only entail explicitly, as in the case of statements about witches, claims that have external import. Our interest in them may presuppose, right? They might say, well, maybe the witch theory doesn't really claim that this happens, but we're only interested in it, or people are interested in it because it's thought to be connected with what happens. So even there would be an external question, not simply a practical question about whether we're going to take an interest in it, but also a question about whether its presuppositions can be fulfilled. Now, I don't think that mathematics has any external questions of this kind. There isn't any further question of existence not settleable by, let's say, by set theoretic reasoning, or about whether sets really exist, or by number theoretic reasoning about whether numbers really exist. In order to have the significance that numbers have in our mathematical reasoning, they don't have to have some further kind of reality beyond the kind of properties that are deliverable by mathematical reasoning about them. They neither entail, nor does our interest in them presuppose any further depth, any different kind of weight or significance beyond what theory itself can guarantee. In the case of the normative, also there can be external questions. Morality, it seems to me, has external commitments, at least if you understand it the way I was trying to understand it yesterday, to claim that an action is morally wrong, whatever that means, is to claim that people have good reason not to perform actions of that kind, and good reasons to object to them. So the idea, it's built into the idea of morality, that moral standards are standards that everyone has good reason to treat as authoritative in deciding what to do. Now, our ordinary modes of moral reasoning, the kind of reasoning we go through in deciding whether something's morally right or not, don't, on the whole, themselves answer the question of why these standards or why these criteria are anything that we should care about. They have seemed to people to be potentially arbitrary, like etiquette, as some people say. It's an open question why we should be concerned. We all know how to decide whether something is in accordance with the rules of etiquette, and we all know how to decide, at least in many cases, whether an action is permitted by what we ordinarily understand to be morality. But moral philosophers have gained employment since the time of Socrates because there seems to be a further question about why we should care about this. So morality has external presuppositions, but they aren't of a naturalistic sort. They're of a normative sort. The external commitments of morality are that it is something we should care about. Now, how about the normative? Well, how about reasons for action? It doesn't seem to me that claims about reasons for action presuppose any further external naturalistic claims. It's not like witches and spirits, nor does it involve a further normative kind of presupposition. What claims about reasons for action do seem to presuppose is the existence of rational agents. So there's a commitment that might be thought to conflict with science. You might say, look, if the idea of being a rational agent, being an agent that can go through the kind of reasoning that we think of as practical reasoning, is incompatible with these agents being composed of molecules and built up the way stuff in the natural world is built up, then the normative would have an external commitment which could come into conflict with our best science and be a reason to reject it. I myself don't think that that's a worrying external commitment. because it seems to me that we can understand, I'll talk about this next time, can understand the idea of rational agency, according to which rational agents are just a complicated kind of physical entity. So, but if you thought that wasn't possible, then you'd have to, I think, say, look, there's no point in talking about reasons for action because there aren't really any agents of the kind that are supposed to be spoken to, as it were, by these things. They would be, the claims of practical reasoning would be pointless because their subject would, in an important sense, be missing. Okay, so I've explained in what way my view is similar to Carnap's but differs from his. That is, I do think that domains can have external questions, but I agree with him that mathematics doesn't have external questions about whether numbers and sets really exist, nor do I think that practical reasoning has external commitments having to do with the existence of entities such as reasons and so on. And I'll say a little bit more about that in the rest of the lecture. So what I want to deny here is that there's some general sense of existence. I mean, first I'm denying that these domains that I'm talking about, the normative in particular, have external commitments in the physical world, except for the one I mentioned about the existence of rational agents. And second, I don't think that taking normative statements to refer to irreducibly normative truths, it has some kind of broader metaphysical implication of the second sort that I mentioned at the beginning of my lecture. That is to say, I don't think that there is any general sense of existence such that it's true of every domain, that insofar as the statements in that domain are true, those statements have to have truth makers that are held to exist in this perfectly general domain transcendent sense. I don't believe that there is a sense of, there is a single univocal sense of existence, namely the idea of existence that's captured by the existential quantifier. But that's a purely formal notion. It's univocal in the sense that this arises by existential generalization. It figures in logic in a certain way. Those formal features are common across every use of exists. But I don't think there's anything that's common across every use of exists other than that, and that doesn't seem to me to be a troubling idea. In particular, the universe of discourse, consisting of the ontological commitments in this sense of every domain that we take seriously and believe in, is a meaningless idea. It's a sort of a random collection of disparate things. It's not a world. So when Mackey says that if we thought there were objective moral truths, we'd be believing in entities, properties, or relations that are different from anything else in the universe, well, he might have meant the physical universe, in which case that may be true but not troublesome, or he might have meant some larger thing, that is and it seems to me that larger thing, I don't want to say it doesn't exist, but anyway, I don't think there's anything there we should be worried about. Now, there are various objections to this to this idea. One of them is that it's too permissive. It allows us to posit the existence of things that seem to be pointless and idle. For example, my former colleague Richard Heck had the following example. In the foundations of arithmetic, Frege famously argues for the introduction of the phrase direction by appealing to the equivalence relation between lines of being parallel to. Right, so the direction of one line is equal to, the same as the direction of another line, just in case the two lines are parallel. So we've now introduced a new term, directions, right? And we've given criteria for saying when two directions are the same and when they are different. If those are the only things we can say about directions, that is whether they are the same or whether they're different, then we've given a complete set of truth conditions for the use of terms of statements involving directions. If we want to say something else about directions, such that they can be at right angles to one another or something, we'd have to introduce some some more rules. But the idea is that once we have given rules for determining the truth values of statements involving directions, we've introduced, there are directions. There isn't any further question, do directions really exist? And that may seem harmless with respect to directions, but as Heck pointed out in some lectures a number of years ago, starting with any equivalence relation, instead of starting with the equivalence relation of one line being parallel to another, we could define some really random equivalence relation, such that, according to this relation, some of the things that are in the same equivalence class would include this building, the bed in my hotel room, and my left shoe. It's a meaningless, completely meaningless equivalence relation. But using that, we can introduce the idea of a dud. The dud of a thing is the same as the dud of some other thing if they stand in this equivalence relation to one another. Now we've introduced this idea of a dud. So do duds exist? I might say, using this kind of inflationary apparatus, we can introduce all kinds of things. We can crowd the universe with junk or stuff. I don't know, whatever, meaningless things. So my view seems to imply that would be okay. That there wouldn't be a point at which we could say, stop, these things don't really exist. And so I think we can say stop, but here I'm with Karnav. If we want to say stop, we can say, don't waste your time unless you've given me some other reason to talk about these things. There's no point in defining them. It isn't that they don't exist. There isn't, so to speak, any existence that they need. What they need is a use. What they need is something that makes them worth caring about. So that's my idea. That's why I don't think this view is too permissive. It might also be said to rely on an idea of existence that is too thin. Some people say this is an implausibly thin idea of existence, as opposed to some richer or thicker sense of existence. I'm not quite sure what that means. I mean, it's certainly true that when I said that there's one sense of exists that's common across all domains, which just is given by the formal properties of the existential quantifier, that's certainly thin. But when we say that things exist, we aren't simply employing that logical concept. We are saying something further about them, but what further we are saying, what thickness is carried by our statement that something exists, is determined by the role of such things in the domain in question. So the thickness of claims about the existence of numbers consists in their having certain relations with other numbers, there being the solution to certain equations, or having other kinds of mathematical properties. So what makes statements of existence about the physical world thick is their physical properties. But that's a domain-specific idea. Claims about what exists in the physical world aren't thicker than this mere thin sense here, because they have, in addition to spatiotemporal location and causal powers, some further kind of special metaphysical reality. It's not some further domain-transcendent form of metaphysical reality that makes statements about what exists in the physical world thick. It's their, as it were, physical thickness. And so mathematical statements of existence aren't purely thin in this purely formal sense because of the mathematical relations that objects that are said to exist in mathematics enter into with other objects. So similarly in the normative domain, claims within the normative domain aren't merely claims in this formal sense of existence. Rather, there's a thickness which is properly normative. So I want to claim. This idea of what it is that makes existential claims worth taking seriously, makes entities worth taking seriously, provides us with the right kind of answer, I think, to Gilbert Harman's explanatory requirement, which is often invoked as an argument against realism about the normative. Harman famously said in the first chapter of his book, The Nature of Morality, that we shouldn't commit ourselves to the existence of anything unless that thing plays some role in explaining our experience. Now, I don't want to get too biographical about the whole thing, but Harman was a student of Quine's, although he and Quine disagreed about a lot of things. But here you're seeing a common chord between Harman and Quine, because Quine's one aspect of Quine's ontological minimalism, sort of physicalism or naturalism, was built into his view from the beginning, since he said what we're doing is trying to come up with the best theory to explain what impinges on our sensory surfaces. That's what the whole subject was about, according to Quine. Well, that sort of limits you to what I'm calling the domain of the natural world as the thing to talk about. And I say, well, that's certainly true. If you have a theory of the natural world, maybe you don't want to posit things that aren't necessary, don't figure in the best explanation of what impinges on your sensory surfaces. So Harman's explanatory requirement just generalizes that to everything. So if you assume that the only thing there is worth talking about is the world that explains the world that impinges on our sensory surfaces, then Harman's explanatory requirement makes good sense. But there's no reason, as far as I can see, to extend it to any other domain whose subject matter isn't explaining what impinges on our sensory surfaces. Although parallel versions of Harman's explanatory requirement make a lot of sense. That is, within any domain, there's no point in introducing new entities or properties or relations if they don't figure in any way in the advancement of the particular understanding of the phenomena that domain deals with. So in the case of the normative domain, there's no point in inventing new normative notions if they don't seem to figure in any way in our deciding what to do. They don't cast any light on the relation between some reasons and other reasons. So they don't enable us to see why it is that certain actions are wrong, or whatever the topic might be. So what's right about Harman's explanatory requirement seems to me to be a domain-specific idea that it's pointless to introduce either entities, properties, or relations that have no role within the intellectual enterprise with which that domain is concerned. And what Harman does is to take that moral as it applies, or take that idea as it applies to the domain of the natural world, and take it to apply univocally to every domain, including the normative. I think that there's more to be said along those lines, but since I've used up more than half my time, I better get to the other half of my lecture. Now, I said at the beginning that the main question about the normative seems to me not really an ontological question in Quine's sense, that it's not a question about what entities the normative deals with. It's rather a question of what Quine called ideology. That is, what predicates we are going to employ. Nonetheless, I went through all of that in first part of the lecture in terms of ontology, simply because that's the framework within which an awful lot of this discussion takes place, and it seemed to be that seemed to be the easiest way to situate my view within the dialectical context into which I'm entering. But it seems to me that the essential element in the normative, and now where am I now in your outline? I've got a slightly longer outline than you. Yes, number 5. The essential element in the normative domain is not a kind of entity, but a relation. Well, maybe I shouldn't say the normative domain, but given what we were saying yesterday, but the domain of reasons for action. The central element is a relation, namely the relation that holds between, if you want to call it a fact or a true proposition, I'm not sensitive to which you're going to say, P, an agent A, and a situation in a situation C. Maybe C get left out on your view. Anyway, so we want to have this is the relation that says that P, some fact or true proposition, is a reason for an agent in circumstances C to do an action A. You could expand this and put in a place for the agent himself, but I'm going to assume that what I'm talking about here would be true of any agent, so I'm going to leave that out and reduce it to a 3-step thing. So the essential idea is the relation between a fact and certain circumstances in which an agent is placed and an action which that fact is a reason for the agent to do in those circumstances. the things that occur in the first place here are the things that are reasons. So reasons aren't some special kind of thing. They're just facts or true propositions, typically about the natural world, but maybe about, I allow them to be about other things as well. These conditions are also descriptions of natural situations. But you could also include normative. You could nest normative claims and say a person who's in a situation where he or she has promised, if you want to put that in C, then you need later to explain what that meant, has a reason to do action A. So the idea is that there's nothing distinctively, there need be nothing distinctively normative about the elements that occur in here. The normativity is introduced entirely by this relation. It's a normative relation between these entities. So that's why the problem, if there is a problem, is not a matter of ontology in Quine's sense, but one of ideology, or whether we should talk about this relation. Now, one of the problems that's raised by the idea that there is this distinctive normative relation is how are truths about when this relation holds related to truths of other kinds. And that connection may seem mysterious because on the one hand, I want to agree with those who say that there is a distinction, as they say, between facts and values, or between the non-normative and the normative, such that truths, at least a certain kind of truths about when this relation holds, can't be deduced from or aren't entailed by claims that make no reference to this relation, by claims, say, of purely psychological and physical fact. But on the other hand, that's the autonomy of the normative. On the other hand, the normative is not entirely disconnected from the non-normative, because as non-normative facts vary, normative facts vary, and if non-normative facts don't vary, normative facts don't vary. So this relation is tied somehow to the non-normative, even though claims about when this relation holds are not entailed by such claims, or not entailed, you might say, by any collection of claims of a non-normative character, as long as that claim, that set of claims, is itself consistent. Now, let me see what do I want to skip here? Okay. So now I want to introduce the idea of a pure normative claim. Now, I just said that we couldn't, that you can't deduce claims about reasons from claims of other kinds. But in order for P to be a reason for an agent in circumstances C to do A, P has to be a fact, or P has to be true. So in order for the fact that it's only by leaving the room now that I can save my life to be a reason for me to leave the room, it has to be true that it's only by leaving the room now that I can save my life. So if we add on here not P seems to imply this, right? If not P seems to imply, sorry, not this. So if P is false, then this is false, right? And so there I've deduced, would seem to be able to deduce a non-normative, normative conclusion, because if R is a normative claim, then its negation is a normative claim. And if I can deduce it from the negation of a non-normative claim, I've violated the distinction between facts and values. So I want to, in order to avoid this problem and try to capture what nonetheless seems to me to be correct about the autonomy of the normative, I want to isolate what I call pure normative claims. So a pure normative claim is the claim that if P were the case, and an agent were in situation C, then P would be a reason for that agent to do A. So we'll subjunctivize this, right? Thereby isolating it from being refutable by denying its presupposition. Now, most of the normative claims that we make are not pure normative claims. And so most of them could be undermined or refuted by this kind of method. So it's not true of most normative claims that we make that they are isolated or independent of normative claims. But the grain of truth, I want to say, in the idea of a fact-value distinction lies in the fact that, as you might say, no pure normative claim is entailed by any consistent set of what you might call pure non-normative claims. That is, claims that don't involve this relation, at all. Now, there we go. This helps us, I think, to explain a number of things. First, it helps us, going back to my first lecture, it helps us to explain what I mentioned as the puzzling relational character of reasons. One say that the reasons are reasons for an agent, and that might seem puzzling. Now, it may seem I've just cheated, because here I've made the essential normative claim just into a relation. But I don't think that's just cheating, but it's actually explaining, because the puzzling idea of a relation between a reason and an agent had to do with the fact that we were thinking of the reasons as being these things, these potentially naturalistic facts, right? And we were overlooking the fact that, and so asking, well, how can this thing, this reason, have some special relation to some agent? It seems funny if we just focus on this particular fact. And so what I want to say is, well, look, that way of looking at things creates a puzzle by focusing our attention in the wrong place. It focuses our attention on the thing that is a reason, whereas the essential normative thing just is the relational claim about a relation between that non-normative fact and some agent. And so it's not surprising that shouldn't be surprising that it's relational. It also seems to me that focusing on this aspect of normativity, that is, the relational character of the essential underlying normative element, helps us to understand better the phenomenon of covariance and supervenience. So covariance is the idea that when non-normative facts vary, normative facts vary. So what it's morally permissible for me to do varies according to changes in physical facts. So if we change, what things, if your body becomes very hard, so my hitting you doesn't cause you any pain or danger, then it may no longer be wrong for me to hit you, or maybe I don't have to take quite as much care to avoid bumping into you. So how much of a moral obligation I have, or how much of a reason I have not to bump into your body, depends upon how sensitive your body is, which is a physical fact. So if you vary the physical facts, you vary, as it were, the moral facts. So in general, normative facts vary, or can vary, when the non-normative facts vary. Well, what is it that links these two things? What is it that determines which non-normative facts, which non-normative facts normative facts are sensitive to? That's the role of pure normative statements. What pure normative statements do is to tell you how it is that mixed normative claims, like this action is wrong, depend upon non-normative claims, such as that my body is subject to pain or sensitive to injury. So non-normative claims would say, if P were the case, then, and somebody were in situation C, then P would be a reason for a person not to do A. That tells you, without yet committing itself to the question of which non-normative facts are true, or which ones are merely imaginary, what a pure normative claim does is to build a link between ways in which the non-natural world might, ways in which the non-normative world, the natural world, might vary, and ways in which claims about what reasons people have, and hence I think ultimately then what moral obligations they have, what is right and wrong for them to do, would vary similarly, right? So the covariance, so when we say normative claims co-vary with non-normative claims. It's not quite true. It depends on which normative claims you're talking about. Mixed normative claims, such as this action is wrong, or it would be wrong for you to hit me, or wrong for me to break my promise to you. Various moral claims, or claims that the sharpness of the metal is a reason for me not to press my hand against it. That presupposes that the metal is sharp and that my hand is sensitive to sharp things, right? Those are mixed normative claims. They are claims involved that, and they're the kind we're most familiar with. Right? Those are the ones that co-vary with natural facts. Pure normative claims of the kind I've just been describing, pure normative claims don't co-vary with natural facts. Because they're pure, because we've subjunctivized away their dependence on natural facts, they don't vary at all. But mixed normative claims, such as whether an action is wrong or whether a person in certain circumstances has a reason to do something, those claims vary with variations in natural facts or non-normative claims in the ways specified by pure normative claims. So it's a normative matter how it is that mixed normative claims vary with non-normative claims. Right? So the dependence of the normative, that is to say the mixed normative, on the non-normative is a normative truth. The way in which it's not some kind of special metaphysical glue that ties the two together. It simply are the most fundamental truths about the normative domain are truths about how mixed normative facts vary with non-normative facts. Okay. On the other hand, pure normative claims don't vary at all. There's nothing for them to, there's nothing for them to vary with because they're independent of other claims. So it seems to me that those two observations, that is, noting on the one hand the relational character of the fundamental normative notion, and second, noticing the difference between pure normative claims and mixed normative claims, helps us to understand the phenomenon of the separation, the independence of the normative from the non-normative, autonomy, if you want to call it, of the normative from the non-normative, the covariance of the normative with the non-normative, and the independence of the normative from the non-normative. If this view is right, then the supervenience relations between normative claims and non-normative claims is quite different from other forms of supervenience. Say, for example, the supervenience of mental truths on physical truths or non-physical truths. Why is it that the mental supervenes on the physical? That is, it varies according to the physical and can't vary without the physical varying. Well, I think the idea that that's so is a scientific idea. You might call it the hegemony of the physical. We think that in the natural world there aren't any separate autonomous mental properties. All the mental properties are somehow, although we don't know quite how, dependent on their embodiment in physical stuff. But that relation of supervenience and covariance between mental truths and mental facts and non-mental facts isn't true in virtue of the fact that mental claims, mentalistic claims, in their very nature, any of them, specifically involve attributing mental significance to non-mental items. So the idea of pain isn't based on a relation that attributes mental properties to the firing of C fibers, right? It's a really different. So the relation between the mental and the non-mental, or the mental and the physical, is a scientific or maybe metaphysical, ultimately metaphysical issue, whereas the relation between the normative and the non-normative is essentially a normative issue once you understand what's going on. So finally, let me mention one. Now I'm finally down to number 8. So many people now accept that there are distinctively and irreducibly normative concepts and relations, but they would deny that there are distinctively normative properties corresponding to these, or relational properties corresponding to these concepts and relations. Alan Gibbard, for example, in some of his recent work says, yes, the autonomy of the normative exists at the level of, so the fact-value distinction exists at the level of concepts. Normative concepts aren't reducible to non-normative concepts, but it would be unscientific. It would be incompatible with a scientific view of the world to think that the facts or that normative truths refer to, or that the properties that normative concepts refer to are themselves themselves normative. So there have to be naturalistic properties that correspond to normative concepts. It doesn't seem to me that need be true, but I'll just try to say, I'm not really certain about this, but let me throw it out and maybe you can correct me in the discussion. Why do we distinguish between a concept and the property that corresponds to that concept? And what are we doing when we are drawing that distinction? So take the case of water and H2O. Water is the concept of a certain physical substance, and there's a scientific question: what are the properties of that substance which explain the features of it that are picked out by the concept? Its transparency, its tendency to be ice sometimes and liquid, or solid sometimes and liquid others, its ability to nourish, its role in our digestive system, it quenches thirst, and so on. H2O is part of a scientific theory that identifies deeper scientific properties which explain the particular superficial properties that are identified in the concept. It's not part of the concept of water, as at least it wasn't, maybe it's becoming now, that it's made up of hydrogen and oxygen in this way, but that's a physical explanation of those properties. So by analogy, we might, let me just say one other thing. We might say, well, if we move from water to H2O, now we have another concept. We have the chemical concept H2O. Is there a further question about what the properties are corresponding to the physical concept or chemical concept H2O? Maybe there are further deeper particles. Maybe there are other particles that explain the behavior of hydrogen and oxygen molecules, atoms that put these things together. That would be a deeper explanation. You could keep on going down, but presumably at some point you reach the end. There's some fundamental particles such that there isn't any further physicalistic explanation of what's going on. Things bottom out. So I want to say that we ought to look at, this is here again applying some of the things that I said earlier about, in relation to Harman. I think we want to apply the same thing to the normative domain. That is, you might say, with respect to the concept of being morally wrong, there's a question. Morally wrong, that means it's forbidden by standards that everybody has reason, compelling reason in most cases, to take seriously as settling the question of what to do. Well, that's puzzling. How could there be such standards? Okay, so that calls out for some kind of normative explanation, as I said earlier, just as we'd like to know what's going on with this watery stuff. We also would want to know how could there be such a thing as an action's being morally wrong. But the explanation we need to come up with is not, as in the first case, a physical or chemical explanation. It's a deeper normative. It's a deeper normative explanation. So we might ask the same question about the relational concept of being a reason. Is there a further explanation of what it is for one thing to be a reason for another? What's really going on when this relation holds? Well, it seems to me that if there is a question there, it's got to be a normative question. I'm inclined myself to think that there isn't anything there, that when we get to the idea of a reason, we've reached normative bedrock. There isn't any further thing. In the case of morality, I think we can explain some of the properties that moral claims have in terms of claims about reasons, which are at as it were, a deeper deeper level of normative explanation. I'm inclined myself to think, as I said yesterday, that when we've reached this point, there isn't any further separate normative property that explains the relational concept. There isn't a further relational normative property that, in terms of which we can explain the relational concept of being a reason for, but I'm open to persuasion on that point. What I'm feeling more certain about, though, is that the answer to the question, if there is a question, what's the property corresponding to this relational concept, that's a normative question rather than a scientific or metaphysical question in some other sense. So maybe reasons are normatively basic. I'm now down to the last question on anything, but I'm inclined to think they are, but maybe you can persuade me that they're not. Okay, so there we are. That's the end.
We have about 45 minutes for questions. Shall I stand up as well? Right. Well, I'm inclined to think that there are innocuous, irreducible normative truths, and there are normative truths that are irreducible in a more controversial sense.
Yeah, good. Okay.
I mean, think of a rule of theoretical reasoning, such as modus ponens and so on. I mean, that is saying that that is a valid inference, a right way of reasoning and so on. That is certainly not reducible to a natural claim to the effect that people, in fact, reason in that way, and so on.
Right.
Now, that's a fairly innocuous claim, I would say, about irreducible normativity. But I think a certain kind of practical reasons involves irreducibility in a more contentious sense. And I'm thinking of practical reason saying that we have a reason to desire something for its own sake. So, such as, for instance, we have a reason to avoid pain for its own sake. Now, if we look at theoretical reasons yet again, these, such as modus ponens, these would be truths that we know a priori. They are necessary truths. But you can also make out a case for them being some sort of conceptual or even analytical truths in that case, in the case of logical rules and so on. Now, the problem as regards practical reasons for desiring something for its own sake, I mean, the sort of reasons that would be the difference between the desire theory, internalist theory, which sort of thinks of reasons as decided, and an externalist theory, is that those claims, although those claims about practical reasons, although they are sort of believed to be a priori necessary truths, they can't be construed as sort of conceptually true in any sense, because in that case we would have a sort of naturalism. But your position is a non-naturalist position. So it seems that a position like your position is committed to there being a priori noble truths that are necessary, but not conceptually guaranteed. And Derek Parfit is explicit when you talk to him that he's committed to those kinds of truths. He doesn't mention it explicitly in his manuscript, but that's his view.
Maybe the only thing that doesn't get explicitly mentioned in the manuscript.
Possibly, quite possibly.
It's difficult to write a manuscript that long and leave anything out. Right?
No, but even so, he says it's a big gap in his account. And it is, I think, very difficult to understand how there could be such truths that are synthetic, both known a priori and necessary. Because, I mean, if they're known a priori, it means that they're known by means of pure thinking. And we know them by pure thinking, they're true in every possible world. But how can that be if they're not sort of conceptually guaranteed in some sense? Because thinking deals with concepts. So one would have thought that if we could know by pure thinking that something is true in every possible world, it would have to be conceptually guaranteed. But it can't be on your account, because that would be a naturalist view. It would be a view that, say, defines reasons in terms of pain, or whatever it is, that we have a reason to avoid. So I think that is, you might consider it a metaphysical objection. Maybe you consider it an epistemological objection, but it would seem to me to be sort of the most difficult objection you have to deal with.
Right. Good. Well, thank you. I'm going to talk more about this in my lecture on Saturday, but don't change your plane ticket, because I probably will just repeat what I'm going to say now. I'll say something at greater length that won't be any more satisfactory, I imagine. But I agree that basic normative claims are neither empirical claims nor conceptual truths. That's right. So I agree about that. I don't myself think that makes them so mysterious. Let me try to say why. First, one stab is, and here maybe I am a kind of Quinean, that is, I don't know what's quite so special about conceptual truths to begin with. Conceptual truths are things that seem simply obvious. They've got to be true of these things given the way we characterize them, given what we describe with them. But the line between things that are conceptually true and things that are just damned obvious, there's nothing else to say but that, doesn't seem to me to be very clear. Now. Well, that might be. Well, I don't know what that's good, but that goes to one point in what you said that I didn't understand, and maybe you can explain it to me, and then I would see that point. That is, you said that if I said that conceptual truths, that basic normative truths were conceptual truths, that would be a kind of naturalism. Now, I think you said that, and I wasn't certain why you thought that.
Yeah, well, suppose you say that again, like there is a reason to avoid pain for its own sake. Suppose you say that is conceptually true.
Yeah.
Well, in that case, I mean, how could that a naturalist, some sort of natural position would claim that it would be a conceptual truth. I mean, if you have a sudden analysis of reasons in terms of pain or whatever. So I think a difference between a non-naturalist view and a naturalist view would be to say that normative claims of that sort can't be conceptually true if you're a non-naturalist. As you said, there aren't any entailment relationships between normative.
Okay. So you were thinking that if I thought that if one were to claim, as I wouldn't claim, that it's a conceptual truth that pain is to be avoided, or that the fact that something's painful is a prima facie reason to avoid it. If that were a conceptual truth, it would be a conceptual truth about pain. It would be something having to do with the concept of pain that it was to be avoided, and that's what would make it naturalistic. Is that the idea?
Well, even a claim about the claim that there is a reason to avoid pain, for example,
Right.
that claim.
Yeah.
That claim is a conceptual truth.
Conceptual truth about the idea of a reason. I don't believe this, but I'm just exploring this possibility. It seems to me one might be a kind of definitionalist about the normative and think it's part of what it is for something to be a reason that inter alia we have reasons to avoid things that are painful. That's part of what it is for something to be a reason. That doesn't identify being a reason with any natural phenomena. It just builds into the idea of a reason certain truths about when natural phenomena are themselves reason giving. I don't know why I'm belaboring this point exactly, because I don't hold the definitional a view of that sort, but I just want to distinguish between taking something to be a definitional, a conceptual truth about the relation R, as opposed to taking it to be a conceptual truth about the fact of something being painful. And those would seem to be two different kinds of conceptual claims. But I mean, take the case. I don't want to anticipate what I'm going to say too much on Saturday, although given that I don't know why people would come to a lecture on a weekend, I'll do you a favor. If you think of some parts of mathematics, say set theory, it seems to me the fundamental axioms of set theory are, with a few exceptions, not plausibly thought of as conceptual truths. Maybe the so-called axiom of extensionality, which says that if two sets have the same members, then they're identical. They're the same set. Maybe that's a conceptual truth, part about what it is for something to be a set. But it doesn't seem to me to be a conceptual truth about the meaning of the term set, that if for any two sets A and B, there's a set that contains both A and B and nothing else. That seems to be obviously true, because once we've done that, we've defined the set so clearly that any question about whether it exists or not seems to me to be a non-question. But it doesn't seem to me to be a conceptual. Doesn't seem to me to be a conceptual truth in any clear sense of concept. So I think that the normative and the mathematical are quite different in many ways. But I do think that what you might think of as what I'll call later the analytic synthetic dilemma, that is, everything's either got to be a conceptual truth or some kind of truth that we discover by interacting with the physical world, is a false dilemma, and it does seem to me that some forms of mathematical reasoning do illustrate to us the fact that when you want to there is such a thing as clear thinking about a domain in which we can have confidence, and even though it's not conceptual truth.
Yeah. I'm very much in favor of your view that the existential quantifier of logic should be understood as grasping, catching only a purely formal sense. So, but then I wonder what more about your positive views are, because philosophers who have this opinion, many of them speak in terms of there are then different modes of being or different ways of existence. So, within analytic philosophy, famously, then we have Bertrand Russell's criticism of Alexius Minor. Well, the King of France does not subsist, and that I can show with my new predicate logic to take it briefly. So, did you consciously avoid talks about modes of being, or would you be prepared to say that normative facts and natural facts exist in different modes of being? Would you like to have each and every domain you distinguish to have a mode of the being of its own?
That's a very good question. That's one question on which I disagree, I think, with my colleague Derek Parfit, with whom, as Ingmar was saying, I share a number of otherwise despised doctrines. But Parfit wants to say that there are different senses of exist. Lots of things exist in different senses. I would like to remain at best non-committal on that. It seems to me that what I want to say is there is the bare logic of the existential quantifier, which is common but purely formal. But after that, differences in what is entailed by saying that something exists are carried by the content of the predicate itself. So it's not that it exists in a different sense. It's just, if you'll pardon me for cheating on the words, what's involved in its existing is different. It's one thing for an elephant to exist, another thing for a Higgs boson to exist. They both have spatial temporal location and causally interact with things, but they have they're different in other ways. So it's a different thing. What I commit myself to when I commit myself to the existence of, let's say, imaginary numbers or a solution to a particular equation. There's a different set of commitments involved in that existential claim than there are in claiming that there's a Higgs boson or there is an elephant in the room. And I don't really think I need to say they exist in a different sense, but rather because they are different kinds of things, what is involved in saying they exist is different in the different cases. So if you want to say that, no, we ought to say they exist in a different sense, I'm not so inclined to fight about that, although I was somehow, I think, trained by some kind of aversion therapy when I first started studying philosophy, to be leery of introducing multiple senses of things. I don't know whether I have any reason for having this aversion other than having been scolded by my teachers for being too profligate in this regard. But I'm inclined to say, well, it isn't that the word exist is ambiguous. It's just that it isn't. I mean, it's like attributive adjectives, like large isn't ambiguous, even though to claim an elephant is large is a different thing than to claim that carbon atoms are large, as they're larger than the Higgs boson, maybe. So that isn't an ambiguity in large. It just has to do with how things go. So I want to say something similar about exists, that it isn't a different sense, but what goes exists is just this formal notion, and then what's involved in the existence. If you want to call that a different sense, it's all right with me, but I'm inclined not to want to commit myself to it.
But the point was not just that the concept of existence have different senses, but it's, so to speak, what it refers to. The entity we're talking about should be said to have different modes of existence.
They are different.
Okay.
I don't like, I somehow, just the idea of, I don't know why modes of existence, again, makes me nervous, but it doesn't seem to be necessary to talk about existing in different modes, but if you want to say that, as I say, I'm not going to try to talk you out of it, but you were right in detecting in my talk a certain tendency not to want to commit myself to that, just because it didn't seem to me the favored way of speaking. But I don't have it's all right with me.
Okay, so this is a question about domains.
Yes, right.
And how you decide whether some part of the way we talk corresponds to a specific domain or just part of a larger domain.
Right.
Because I worry that, Harmonesque types, tend to appeal to Occamite reasons when rejecting normative entities.
Right.
And they might appeal to Occamite reasons with respect to domains.
Right.
So why posit a specific normative domain?
Right.
We can make sense of that part of the way we talk perfectly within just the natural domain. Right. So it seems that the sort of same kind of dispute might just resurface again,
Right.
but as a dispute about sort of the number of domains.
Right. Okay. So I want to apply my permissive doctrine to itself in that way. I would say there isn't any serious ontological question about whether domains exist or not. They aren't a kind of entity that should trouble us. Question is whether it's useful to talk, whether they can be defined clearly enough to make sense, and that might be the import of your first part. And second, whether if they can be defined clearly enough to make sense to talk about them, whether it serves any purpose to do so. Now, as an answer to the second question, one would have to face the Harmonite challenge in the way that you gave it. Say, look, if there's no point in thinking of normative relations as being something special and different from physical relations, if we can make good sense of everything we want to say on some reductive basis. I think that's a perfectly legitimate question. I think the answer is that we can't. That there isn't any plausible way of identifying or explaining these normative relations in physical or psychological terms. And given that there isn't, and on the other hand, that talking this way doesn't have implications about, in physical and psychological terms, that we have good physical and psychological reasons to think must be false, there's no objection to so talking. So the question of whether one domain is reducible to another is just the question you said about whether everything we want to say about that kind of thing could really be better said in some other language. And there might be kind of quasi-Occamite reason, or an Occamite reason of the kind that a laundered Occamite reason of the kind that I was willing to accept for doing that. Not because I think I might accept it not because I think it's better to get by with fewer things, but because there's no point in introducing extra complexity into our understanding of a phenomenon if there's a simpler way of understanding those very phenomena. If I thought that were true, then I would be wasting, and I wouldn't be wasting my time doing this kind of thing. But that's.
It was very interesting. I have several questions, but let me try one in connection with Johan. So, well, think of math, right? As you presented, is that this would be a separate domain, different from the domain of science, of natural science. But on another view, one could say, but look, surely mathematics is enlisted.
It's what?
Is enlisted as
enlisted, yes.
Right, for science. And when we talk about the number of objects being finite in a certain part of the natural universe, right? We quantify existentially both over numbers and over natural objects. So maybe there's just one domain that contains both numbers and natural objects. Why say that there are two domains kind of that are not impregnable? But then if you do it like this, so why not introduce normative facts and also put them in that domain as well? So there's some arbitrariness there that I'm a little bit worried about, and I think it relates to Johan's question.
Yes, good. Yes, I think it does. Okay, first about the mathematical, I would say that just as in the case of the normative, there are pure normative claims and mixed normative claims. So in the case of the mathematical, there are pure mathematical claims and there are mixed mathematical claims. So some claim about the number of chairs in the room is a mixed mathematical claim. And it might be that the number of chairs in the room is a perfect square, or there might be all kinds of ways, things that depend both on physical things and on mathematical relationships. So I certainly want to allow that is so, but it seems to me with respect to pure mathematical claims, there seem to be grounds for thinking that they differ from physical claims. They can't be established by physical means. They seem autonomous and independent in something like the way the normative is independent. So I don't think of them as being a naturalistic theory of mathematics as a subject doesn't seem to me plausible, even though there are mixed mathematical claims. This also connects with something that I said about Quine, I think, although I don't know whether it got into the outline, it didn't get into my talk. Quine, having earlier in his career been very skeptical about abstract objects, later said, well, we ought to admit sets and numbers and be willing to quantify over them because that's required by our best scientific theories. So he became more relaxed about ontological commitment to such objects later. So that goes along the same line, that there's some kind of continuity between the normative, between the naturalistic and the mathematical. It seems to me that it's hard to make sense of that view of Quine's, at least given my view about mathematics. I mean, this is why I'm mentioning it in the same connection. That is, whether bosons exist and whether it makes sense to talk about bosons might well be settled by whether talking about bosons figures in our best physical theory. But there we're deciding that bosons exist. That is, they are part of the physical world. So what things we want to assert the existence of as part of the physical world is surely dictated by what's required by our best physical theory of the physical world. But if we think that numbers don't exist in the physical world, it's a little bit odd to say, well, and if we think there's some ontological worry about whether they really do exist, it's a little bit odd, I think, to decide, well, since science needs to use kind of mathematics that quantifies over numbers, we should decide they exist after all. That seems to me to work for particles and bosons in a way that it doesn't work for numbers and sets. But it seems to me that I would want to capture the plausibility, or what's plausible in what Quine says, in my terms, in a slightly different way. To say, number one, the question of whether numbers exist or not doesn't raise serious ontological problems external to mathematics. There is a question within science of whether science needs to talk about, whether science needs to take seriously certain dimensions of mathematics, say whether imaginary numbers are useful in science. Turns out that they are, but you might not have known that just because they might have been introduced to solve some problems in analysis and other problems in mathematics. But now it turns out that also that complex numbers figure in physical explanations. So the question isn't whether they exist. The question is whether science should take them seriously. But that anti-Quinean or revisionist Quinean remark presupposes my original answer to your question, which is that there seem to me to be such a thing as pure mathematical claims, which aren't plausibly identifiable with naturalistic claims.
If I may,
sure, please.
Another question. This idea of purity, right?
Yes.
So that one could say, okay, normative claims contain quite a lot of natural claims, right? But we can, by subjectivizing, remove those natural claims. Do you think that we really can remove everything? Is there some sort of pure normative truths that are really independent of natural facts? Because this seems to me kind of like, well, it would be great that if it would be the case, because then one could say, well, we have this normative necessity, right?
Right.
Independence, but it's very difficult to formulate, actually.
That's true. I think that's right. Well, you might say it's difficult to formulate pure normative claims that seem true. That right. You can formulate ones that are pure enough, but they don't really seem to be correct, right? I can say, I have, in circumstances of this sort, where I give a finite list of what the circumstances are, this fact is a reason to do this action. And everyone says, well, is that always true? There's a slight further way in which you might elaborate the conditions, and if it were like that, then it wouldn't be it wouldn't be a reason. So you've got to keep building in. You might say you're always presupposing some further background story, and that suggestion has a lot of plausibility to it. I guess I can only call it faith, or my tendency to posit, my willingness to posit pure normative claims, simply arises from the fact that any time I've told a story like that, and somebody brings to light what this further condition. I say, okay, well then, but there's a further claim that if that were the case, then this thing would be a reason. So even though it's difficult to filter out all the conditions on which our normative claims depend, it seems that it ought to be in principle possible to do so. But that I don't deny that's a controversial claim, and I don't have an argument for it. And you might say that, look, this is like believing in sense data or something like that these special entities that are purified of any reference to physical objects, right? We could isolate this aspect of experience, and I do worry that it's open to objections on that.
Just a question. So suppose some form of particularism would be correct, so which would imply that you cannot purify things in this way. What would be the consequences for your view? That would something? Yeah.
Well, particularism would I have a hard time believing in particularism, so I have a hard time getting my head around it. that is, particularism would have this effect because there would be no way of filling out what the conditions are, such that it's not only true in this case that the fact that the metal is sharp is a reason for me not to press my hand against it, but it would be true in any other any other set of cases that fulfilled the same, in which the same conditions held. There's no way of spelling out what the conditions are, although there are there's a fact of the matter about this particular case. This particular case is such that now, the fact, in this case, the fact that the metal is sharp is a reason for me not to press my hand against it, but there isn't any characterization of what it is about this case that makes that a reason, such that any other case that was like this case in that way would be another one in which it was also true that the fact that the metal was sharp was a reason not to press my hand against it. Now, maybe I'm begging the question against Dancy, but once I start putting it that way, that there is something about this situation that makes this true, even though there's no way. I don't find that very, very plausible. It's very odd to combine the idea that it's true in this case, but it's something unique to this case. There isn't any generalizable way of formulating the claim. Okay, now suppose that were so, though. Suppose that were true, then I suppose what would go by the boards would be first and foremost the independence of the normative from the non-normative. There would be no way of formulating a normative claim that didn't involve didn't have some non-normative presuppositions. So that would be, if I'm understanding, if I'm imagining it correctly, that would be the main thing that would change, because the point of my introducing the idea of a pure normative claim was to capture the grain of truth. My original reason for doing it was to capture the grain of truth in the idea of the autonomy of the normative from the non-normative, and then it seemed to me to have the added benefit later of giving a plausible explanation of the supervenience covariance relation. So it might also disrupt that because there would remain something mysterious there. I mean, maybe it's mysterious anyway, but there would remain something not purely normative, maybe, about the link between mixed normative claims and, I guess they'd all be mixed. All claims would be mixed normative claims. So, that's right. All normative claims would, on this view, be mixed normative claims. So, one couldn't say that the bridge between the way in which normative truths have to march with changes in non-normative truths is itself specified by a kind of normative truth. And so we'd be back to some kind of special metaphysical link, or some kind of not purely normative link to explain why it is that normative truths vary with non-normative truths. Those are the two things that would give. Yeah, good question.
I just want to say something initially. Wouldn't a pure normative claim be for instance, the truth of P and P and Q gives you the reason to believe Q from the notice permanence? But that's a valid inference. Yeah. And it gives you a reason.
Right, that there exists some. Yeah, I want to say that the normative character of all normative claims depends at base on pure normative claims that they embody, and that it could, in principle, be as it were, you could peel away the non-normative presuppositions. That's right. Yeah. That's right. But that's a helpful suggestion.
Okay, yesterday you argued against the rationality-based theories about
Yes.
practical reasons. But today you said there was another relation between reasons and rationality. You said that practical reasons presupposed rational agents. But this seems to me not to be the case. I would like to make the normative even more distinct from the
Oh, okay.
from the rational. So couldn't you say that the horse, for instance, has a reason not to cross the road when the lorry is approaching or something like that? I mean, why not claim that?
That the horse has a reason not to walk out in front of the lorry. Well, it seems to me there's a certain amount of anthropomorphizing going on. We'd say it would be better for the horse if it didn't. But I want to say that attributing reasons to things involves commitment to the idea that they are the sort of thing that's capable of having reasons. So we can attribute reasons to insects and all kinds of things along this line. And I don't know if I can give. I mean, on the one hand, I don't see any. I don't know what would be lost by from the point of view of defending my theory by accepting your view, because it would just remove. I was trying to bend over backwards to admit the existence of external claims wherever I thought there might be one, so I wouldn't seem to be implausibly denying that there were any. So I was searching and searching and searching to find, does morality have external commitments? Yes. Does the normative have any external commitments? Well, I came up with this one. So, well, if it turns out it didn't, I wouldn't feel damaged. But it does seem to me that it does. I mean, not that it couldn't be true, but it seemed to me to lose. I guess what I was saying was it loses a point. There isn't any point in talking about about reasons unless we think that somebody is capable of we or somebody capable of responding to them. Now it's a slightly further thing about now that we understand, now that we are capable of responding, can we attribute reasons to things that aren't capable of understanding reasons? And if we can do that, then wouldn't there still be truths about reasons, even if we couldn't respond to them? Well, I guess trying to generalize from the case of the horse, maybe what we mean is if the horse could understand, could think about what it has reason to do, then it should see that it has a reason not to do this. So we would then say maybe about us. Now, if we were rational, then we would have reason to do this. So maybe you might say, look, practical reasoning makes sense even in those hypothetical terms. Even if, and would make sense in those hypothetical terms, even if there weren't any really any rational agents. I myself don't. I'm not so inclined to think that. Although there is a domain of normative thinking that does seem to me to have this character, and so maybe I'll mention it in case that I can. Maybe it responds to your question, but also it might expose another vulnerable commitment on my part. I said yesterday that the realm of the normative might be thought to involve not only claims about reasons, but also claims about what's good and claims about what agents or others ought to do or what ought to be the case. Now, one of the challenges to the idea that the good can be understood in terms of claims about reasons, the claims about what's good lies in the dimension of what's sometimes called attributive goodness of a kind. So something is a good X just in case it has properties. Now, some people have tried to directly analyze that. For example, Rawls wrote that something is good of a kind if it has to a high degree the properties that we have reason to want in a thing of that kind, given what we use it for, given the way it figures in our, or more generally the way it figures in our lives. And that would seem to, that sort of limits the range of things that can be good, because we might say that something is I don't know, what's Philippa Foot's example? I think a good dandelion root. We understand what it is for something to be a good dandelion root, but it's not because there's anything we have reason to want dandelion roots to be like. So when we talk about a good dandelion root, maybe we're thinking about the interests of the dandelion, and this is like the horse crossing the road. That's right. You might think, wait. So it's more plausible, I think, if and I think Rawls's one of the things this shows is that Rawls's way of doing it is too narrow because it links it to what we have reason to do. That clearly doesn't work. So Paul Ziff, in his book from the 1960s, Semantic Analysis, in the last chapter, Semantic Analysis, he talks about good, and he concludes, he says, good in English means roughly answering to certain interests, the interests in question being specified by the context. So that doesn't mean that they necessarily have to be our interests, right? An interest is a kind of a vague word which can include not only claims about reasons, maybe goals or purposes or something like that. So you could say a good dandelion root is one that answers to the interests of the dandelion. Something like that. That seems to me, I think that's a pretty plausible analysis. But it addresses the question of whether claims about what makes something a good dandelion, or claims about whether something is or isn't a good dandelion, are really normative, or in what sense are they normative? You might say, well, they aren't really normative. They're just functional claims about what the root has to be like in order for nourishing ingredients and water to make it up into the stem of the dandelion, allowing it to put out a blossom and spread seeds and complete its life cycle. That's a purely naturalistic claim. So there isn't anything normative there, right? So here we have, on the one hand, the fully normativized in terms of reasons, kind of Rawlsian criteria. To call something good is to say it has the properties that we have reason to want, and then we've got this purely naturalized idea of that attributive goodness, at least of this kind, makes sense because we have a sense of the functioning of the organism, and there's nothing normative about just saying, well, this is the way it works, right? And it's not going to work if it doesn't do that. But then you might say there's an intermediate way of understanding this, which is a kind of hypothetical normativity. You might say it serves the purposes. So our reasoning about what makes something a good dandelion root has to do with saying, well, we take a certain purpose as being defined, and then we can think about what would serve that purpose well. So that works also for, you might say, artifacts. So we say that a toaster is a good toaster if it turns bread the right degree of brownness, and it's also not as large as the Empire State Building. It doesn't have to be. There are various things, but there are trade-offs between being bigger and more cumbersome and being deciding whether something is a good toaster. You have to figure these things out. Now it might be that we don't have any interest in toast anymore. We've decided, but there are these artifacts in the past, toasters, and we can understand what made something a good toaster by considering, as it were, hypothetically, the various purposes that toasters served, and then are deciding whether something, when we dig it up in archaeology, do the archaeology of the 20th century, in many thousands of years in the future, we dig up these things, and we could talk about whether this was a good toaster or not, even though we don't have any use for toasters anymore. Maybe we only exist on honey or something, or we take tablets like people in the future, science fiction maybe thought to do. We don't chew things. But we can say, but whether this was a good toaster by just considering hypothetically the interests, to use Ziff's phrase, that a toaster was meant to serve, and then the point of that is that our reasoning about whether something is a good toaster is in a certain sense practical reasoning. It's not simply about whether something had certain consequences. It's whether the balance of this desirability characterization against that desirability characterization came out in a favorable way. So there is a kind of normativity involved, even though it's a kind of hypothetical normativity. So you might say the same thing about the horse. So you might say, look, we have a kind of normativity applied to the horse where we attribute aims to the horse, and we reason, as it were, from the horse's point of view. And so maybe if we weren't capable considering reasons. Somebody could reason about us the way they would reason about the horse. They would say, well, something's good for us or serves purposes. So that would be a kind of normativity, albeit a kind of normativity that wasn't, as it were, addressed to us in the way that claims about reasons are. So partly, when I said that the normative, sorry, this is such a long-winded answer. When I said that the normative domain, or the domain of reasons, maybe I should have said, presupposes rational agents, you might say, well, there are certainly grades of normativity that maybe don't presuppose directly that there's any rational agent who could respond to this or who has the interests in question, but it's still a kind of normative reasoning because it involves a weighing and comparing of reasons that aren't our reasons, or they aren't reasons that belong to any reason-taking creature, but nonetheless we can understand, we can think normatively in relation to the idea of reasons in that sense, that is, reasons given by a certain purpose that nobody shares, or by a certain goal, or something that nobody has. But it would still be a kind of practical reasoning. So that might be along your line of saying, at least there are certain parts of normativity that don't presuppose rational agents, and maybe you could bootstrap your way out of the whole thing that way. Sorry, pardon the length of the answer. Good answers are only good if they're not as long as the OED. Sorry. Oh, good afternoon. Thank you for coming back. Last time I talked about the objection to irreducibly normative truths, that they would have allegedly unpalatable metaphysical implications. Today I want to turn to the second main objection, which is that if normative truths were simply objects of belief, then we couldn't explain what seems to be the connection between accepting a normative truth and acting accordance with it subsequently, sometimes called the problem of motivation. As I said yesterday, or maybe it was the day before, the word motivation seems to me to be a somewhat troublesome one because it has a sort of a dual aspect. On the one hand, it seems to be a kind of cause, and on the other hand, it seems to be have a kind of normative role. Now, I'm going to talk today mainly about expressivism as the alternative to normative cognitivism of the sort that I'm mentioning, which is supposed to overcome this problem of motivation. But let me say something at the beginning about desire theories, which are also thought to have less of a problem. So Donald Davidson famously said in his paper Actions, Reasons, and Causes that desires or acceptance of reason, on the one hand, can cause action, and they also rationalize it, he said. They make it explicable, make it understandable that a person is acting in such a way. Now it's easy to see how a desire might do this. A desire, on the one hand, seems to be a kind of psychological item that impels action, and on the other hand, the fact that a person has a desire makes it understandable that he or she acts in a certain way. As I said in my first lecture, it may be part of the appeal of such views that having a desire even rationalizes an action in a stronger sense of making it irrational for the person not to act in that way, absent some other explanation. Now, it might seem that accepting a cognitive judgment, a true judgment about the reasons one has, could rationalize an action just as well as a belief. Just as well as a desire. After all, what could make more sense of my acting in a certain way than that I believe I have reason to act in that way? So we might say that as compared with the desire theory, perhaps the weakness or problem about a view that understands accepting a normative judgment as a kind of belief is that it's not explicable how that belief could perform the causal role that a desire is thought to perform. And it does seem, I think there's a phenomenological illusion here that people I might say, experience desires as something that come on them unbidden, and the experience of a desire is the experience of a kind of psychological force. So perhaps we might think, well, desires, when you have a desire, you really feel pushed by it. Whereas when you have a belief or a judgment that something is the case, it's a much cooler sort of item, and it doesn't have that. Even though it might make sense of what you do, it couldn't explain it in a deeper causal sense. Now, maybe I shouldn't attribute that view to anybody in particular, since it seems kind of ridiculous. But on the other hand, I think there is something to that story, I think. But desires are just states of consciousness. So accepting a belief, a factual belief, is another state of consciousness, and what I'm calling a belief that I have a reason is another state of consciousness. To be in one of these states, to be aware that one is in one of these states, isn't in any case to be aware of the actual causal mechanisms that are governing one's behavior. That's happening at there's a neuropsychological level, which we aren't given access to by the experience of desire any more than we are given access to by the experience of any belief, whether it's a normative belief or another one. So it doesn't seem to me to make sense to think that having a belief about what reasons one has couldn't explain action in the way that a desire could, because it lacks, as it were, the causal efficacy. Now, I want to say that what explains the link between accepting the judgment that I have good reason to do something and my doing it is just the fact that I'm a rational agent. A rational agent is a particular kind of entity. For example, something is a rational agent if it's capable of having beliefs about reasons, capable of thinking about what reasons it has for acting and for believing things. How do we decide whether a particular creature is a rational agent in this sense? Well, by asking it questions and observing what it does. But if it comes close enough to responding in a way that makes sense, there's a sort of Davidsonian interpretation here, then we might say that it's a rational agent. We wouldn't actually say, though, that it was a rational agent unless what it said and what cognitive states it seemed to make sense to attribute to it by way of views about reasons were connected in the right way with its subsequent actions. If this thing seems to accept the judgment that it has a good reason to do something, then you expect on the whole, when the occasion presents itself, it's going to do it. The idea of a rational agent is a psychological ideal type. A perfectly rational agent would be one which, when it was in the state of accepting the judgment that it had a conclusive reason to act in a certain way in certain circumstances, would always act in that way when the circumstances presented themselves. I don't want to be a bearer of bad news, but I don't think that any of us is an ideally perfectly rational agent in that sense. But the question of whether we are rational agents at all is a question of whether we come, as it were, close enough. There isn't any particular standard, but close enough. It's an empirical question about any particular entity, whether it comes close enough to be called a rational agent. And if we think it is, then we can apply the standards of rationality to it. I'll come to that in a minute. First, I just want to go back to my remark about cause. To call something a rational agent is to suppose that it is so set up physically that its outward behavior and its responses to questions and so on exhibits certain kinds of uniformities. We don't know quite what at least I don't think anybody knows very fully what the underlying mechanisms are, but we suppose that there are some. Now, the idea of rationality might be appealed to in a number of different ways in addressing a subject of the sort that I'm concerned with, and I expressed some doubts or skepticism or resistance to appeals to rationality in my previous lecture, so let me distinguish several different ways in which the idea or ideal of rationality might be appealed to. I've just appealed to it today in explanatory mode. I want to say the fact that something is a rational agent, namely the fact that its behavior normally exhibits certain kinds of patterns of connection between what it says or does on one occasion and what it says or does on another occasion. The fact that something is a rational agent explains how it is that its beliefs, it doesn't explain how it is, but it refers to its being set up so physically that when it's in certain kinds of states, that is accepting judgments about reasons, it's likely, most of the time, later on, to behave in a certain way according to those. So the problem of motivation is explained by the idea of rational agency. So rational agency has an explanatory role. I said that the idea of a rational agent is an ideal type. It's something that we can fall short of, and so we might refer to the idea of rational agency as not only in an explanatory mode, in the way that I just did, but also in what might seem to be a normative mode as an ideal that people can be open to a certain kind of criticism for falling short of. It's irrational of me, if I judge myself to have conclusive reason to do something, to fail to do it when I realize that I'm in those circumstances. I think it's an interesting question, what kind of normativity is involved there? I'm inclined to think that it's a merely functional idea. It's like being a bad kidney or something, and not removing impurities from the blood. But I think it's an interesting and open, as far as I know, open question how to understand that kind of normativity. What I was arguing against in my previous lecture was a further, more rigorous kind of normative role for the idea of rationality, namely that the idea of rationality can be appealed to as a source of reasons from the first-person point of view, as a person has a reason to do something because rationality requires it. Now, there are certainly circumstances, as I've just said, where, given what I believe, if I don't act in a certain way, then I'm being irrational. But I think that from my own point of view, the fact that I would be irrational if I didn't behave in the way that I've judged myself to have a reason to do. I judged myself to have conclusive reason to get here by 3:15. But if walking over, I so enjoyed the day that I decided to stay outside, and somebody said, but you have reason to, you yourself think you have reason to get there at 3:15. I said, yes, but what's that to me? So I'd be being irrational. But my view is that the charge of irrationality has no normative force from my own point of view. The normative force, my sense, oh my gosh, I ought to get there, is carried entirely by my acceptance of the fact that I have a conclusive reason to be here. It's my recognition that I have a reason that is normative, that has the normative weight for me. The idea that I'm irrational if I don't recognize that reason doesn't add to it. That's just a further fact about me that I'm so set up to be a rational agent, so I normally will respond to that, but I don't think that rationality adds anything from my own point of view. This is a controversial view, may well be false, but there are some good people who hold it. Joseph Raz and Nico Kolodny, for example, seem to hold a view of the sort. This is what Kolodny calls a transparency view. So just to give an example of transparency, that is, if I find that I believe two things that I come to realize are inconsistent with one another, you might say, well, I have to change my mind because it's irrational to believe a contradiction. So that might seem to be a case where rationality, the norm of rationality was normative for me, gave me a reason to do something. I'm inclined to think that we don't need to appeal to rationality in that case. If I believe P and then I suddenly realize I believe not P, then I realize I believe something that I also think I have sufficient reason to reject. If I believe P, and I certainly think that's sufficient reason to reject not P, but then I find I believe not P, so in each case I've got something that I see that I have reason to reject, so I got to decide what I'm going to do about those reasons. So it seems to me that the pressure I feel to move off this thing in one direction or the other is entirely explained by the, as it were, substantive, contentful reasons that my beliefs give me, and you don't have to add in the idea that it's a no-no to believe a contradiction. So I don't know whether that's right, but that's the view that I'm inclined toward. If you convince me that it's wrong, it wouldn't ruin my day. But that's the view that I tend to hold. So rationality seems to me an important explanatory idea. It's kind of an ideal type. It's a kind of functional excellence. Whether it also has, in some cases, a stronger normative role for the person in question, I'm inclined to doubt, but maybe that's so. Now, let me now compare the sort of explanation I've offered, the account I've offered of the motivating role, as it's sometimes called, or I might call it the practical significance of normative belief, with the explanation that would be offered not by a desire theory, which I was talking about earlier, but by an expressivist theory. That is a theory that the acceptance of a normative judgment is not a kind of belief, but rather it's the acceptance of an imperative or some other kind of pro-attitude toward behaving in a certain way. One of the main reasons for accepting this non-cognitivist view, rather than a cognitivist one of the sort I favor, is that it provides a better explanation, it's thought, of the connection between acceptance for normative judgment on the one hand and subsequent action on the other. Now, it might be thought that the explanation I've given is an important way question banking, because I've just helped myself to this idea of a psychological ideal type of being a rational agent, and that psychological ideal type presupposes some underlying causal mechanism which produces certain kinds of uniformity of behavior. So that gets us this part of the story, and then in addition we understand it normatively, so it's supposed to get the second part of the story as well. But maybe I'm just cheating by helping myself to this psychological ideal type. So let's look at alternatives offered by expressivist theories. Well, if you look back earlier than our present day, back say to Richard Hare in the early 1960s, in the language of morals, Hare offered an imperatival account, or prescriptivist, as he called it, account of moral judgment, and he said that accepting a moral judgment has to involve accepting an imperative, because he said an imperative is the only kind of utterance that is logically tied to subsequent action. That is, it's tied to subsequent action in such a way that a person who doesn't act in accordance with the imperative he or she has accepted either shows that they don't understand the meaning of their words, or else that they were insincere in making that utterance. So there's a logical link there. And more recently, more up-to-date expressivists, for example, Alan Gibbard, in his second to latest book, Thinking How to Live, analyzes judgments about reasons more generally, not just moral judgments of the sort that Hare was talking about, as the acceptance of norms. Well, that was his earlier book. As decisions about what to do. He said to accept a judgment about what one has reason to do is to decide to do it, he says. Now, it seems to me that each of these accounts, Hare's older account and Gibbard's newer account, is actually very much like the one I've offered in relying at base on some kind of psychological ideal type. In the case of Hare, we explain the connection between accepting an imperative and acting by talking first about the content of the imperative, and then saying, well, but an agent is capable of understanding language, or maybe capable of understanding language and is logical, so they will behave in such a way. If they're sincere in making the utterance and know what they're saying, then they will act accordingly. So there is a kind of ideal, when I say linguistic and logical competence, that's presupposed. That's how it is that attributing to somebody an imperative figures in an explanation of what he or she ultimately does. And I think something similar is true in Gibbard's case. Gibbard says that to accept the judgment about what I have reason to do is to decide to do it, and so that explains what I subsequently do, insofar as I'm such a creature, I'm so set up that when I've decided to do something, I normally do it, unless I get hit on the head or fall into acrasia. Acrasia is a little bit of a problem for Gibbard. It seems to me anyway. I think probably this just reflects the fact that Gibbard is a better and more rational person than I am. But in my case, there's a considerable difference between deciding that I have most reason to do something and deciding to do it. And there's certainly a difference between deciding to do it and actually then doing it. If you don't believe me, you can cross-examine my wife after, who's very frustrated by my failures on both of these fronts. I say, yes, of course I have. Of course we ought to call the travel agent today. But absolutely. But Do I do it? No. Do I even decide to do it? Probably not. So it seems to me there's a certain amount of space there between deciding this is what I have most reason to do and deciding to do it, and deciding to do it and then actually picking up the telephone before I go to bed at night. But Gibbard, being a more rational man, sees these things as more closely linked. But anyway, he's relying on a kind of ideal type, which I admire. But my point is just that that's what it is. So all three of these explanations seem to be relying on an underlying normative conception. It seems to me, I'll come back to this later, that the main reason why, say, Hare and Gibbard wouldn't think of offering an explanation of the connection between accepting a normative judgment and acting that I've offered is not that my view helps itself to some particular psychological ideal type and theirs avoids this, but rather it reflects doubts or skepticism on their part about the very idea of normative truth, which could be the object of a proper belief that would play this role. Now, it seems to me, although this is a debated point, debated not insignificantly on the particular point I've just mentioned, but it seems to me that all three of these explanations of the connection between normative judgment and action, Hare's explanation, Gibbard's explanation, and my explanation, are all equally naturalistic in a certain sense. They all explain people's behavior based upon the attribution to those creatures of psychological states that have some kind of physical underlying cause, and so on. And they refer, as I say, to idealized types, that is, to more perfect representations than we normally are, but all three of them do that. And they all three explain things in terms of what I would think of as naturalistic psychological states. The mental state of judging something to be a reason refers to something non-naturalistic. And I think that's the objection people have to it, namely a normative truth. And I think this is the contrast probably that Gibbard, Hare, and Simon Blackburn may have in mind. But it doesn't seem to be accurate to say that the state of mind that figures in these explanations, on my view, is in some way not naturalistic itself. Now, one difference between these non-cognitivist views and my cognitivist one lies in the nature of the ideal type that's referred to. In my case, it's an ideal of rationality that's understood explicitly in terms of the acceptance of judgments about reasons. Their accounts avoid this, appealing instead to plans, imperatives, or pro-attitudes. Another difference is that my account construes the acceptance of a truth about reasons. Excuse me, I lost my place. Construes the acceptance of true judgments of this kind as a kind of belief, as the kind of thing that can be true or false, correct or incorrect, albeit a belief of a special kind, that is to say, one that's linked by the standards of rationality to attitudes other than beliefs. So I need to consider how these differences matter and whether they provide reasons for preferring one of these accounts to the other. First, it might be claimed, as Gibbard does claim, that the non-cognitivist accounts give a deeper explanation of normative attitudes. They explain, he might say, what it is to judge something to be a reason, other than simply taking this idea for granted, as I do. Now, it's true that non-cognitivists do identify normative judgments with states, such as pro-attitudes, acceptance of imperatives or plans, or decisions about the thing to do, that do not explicitly involve the idea of a reason, but which nonetheless have the kinds of implications for subsequent action and attitudes that normative attitudes are supposed to have. So they not only avoid reference to the idea of a reason, they avoid reference to the state of mind of believing that something is a reason, and try to explain that state of mind in other terms. So the question is whether this identification of the state of mind of taking something to be a reason with some other state provides an informative explanation of normative judgment, or whether it actually changes the subject by identifying normative judgment with something quite different. The question of which of these we should think is what Gibbard calls the question of the internal adequacy of a view. Whether the view, in this case an expressivist analysis, as Gibbard says, quote, accounts for everything internal to normative thinking, or at least everything internal to normative thinking that is intelligible. So what does internal adequacy require of an account of normative judgment? Well, it requires at least that an account of normative judgment should explain their distinctive significance for subsequent action and other attitudes. And this is what I've been so far discussing and claiming that my view can do, as well as theirs. But in addition, internal adequacy seems to require two other things. The first is that an account of normative judgments should do justice to the thought that these judgments can be mistaken, and if correct, would be correct even if I didn't think they were. In Gibbard's example, internal adequacy requires us to be able to make sense of a person who thinks that it's wrong to kick dogs for fun and thinks that it would be wrong to kick dogs for fun even if he misguidedly believed that dog kicking was perfectly all right. Second, an internally adequate account of normative judgments should give a satisfactory account of their use in interpersonal discourse, because acceptance of judgments about reasons and considering judgments about reasons doesn't only figure in my personally deciding what to do, it also figures in my giving other people advice about what to do, and I think very importantly, figures in my justifying what I do to other people and asking them to accept that I had sufficient reason, that what they ought to see as sufficient reason for doing it. These requirements pose problems for expressivist views like Gibbard's, insofar as those views interpret making a judgment, a normative judgment, as doing something active, such as expressing an emotion, adopting a plan, or accepting an imperative, that it would seem one can only do for oneself, and as something that has its normative force and efficacy, even for oneself, only when one is actually doing it. Now, Gibbard and Blackburn are both very aware of this problem and have responses to it. I'll focus here on Gibbard's version of the response, which seems to me to be particularly good. Holding that there is a fact of the matter, independent of us, about what we ought to do, that, for example, we ought not to kick dogs for fun, is, on Gibbard's view, a matter of planning to avoid kicking dogs for fun, and, he adds, planning this even for the contingency of being someone who approves of such fun and who is surrounded by other people who also approve. If you made a video of this, it might be banned in the United States. It recently had some issues about videos of people abusing dogs, but I believe the Supreme Court decided that they couldn't be banned. So we can, the video won't have to worry about this. But I'm not going to engage in any dog kicking. But the question is this intelligible? What does it mean for me to plan to do something, even for the contingency in which I approve, to plan not to do something, even for the contingency in which I approve of doing it? It doesn't seem that one can plan to do something under circumstances while knowing or believing that if one were in those circumstances, one wouldn't do it. How can I plan to do something when I know I'm not going to do it? Similarly, when one judges that someone else has conclusive reason to do something, as when one is giving them advice, one can't be deciding that they will do it or planning for them to do it. On Gibbard's view, what one is doing in such a case is planning to do this thing for the contingency in which one is in that person's situation in all relevant respects. But it seems to me a little strained to speak of planning to do something in a situation that one knows one would never be in. Gibbard recognizes the strain raised by cases of these two kinds. Fully fledged planning, he says, this is a quote, involves both coming to an answer about what to do in certain circumstances and expecting that that thing is what one will really do if the contingency arises. The end of the quote. Cases of contingency planning of the kind he's just mentioned, he recognizes, lack this second aspect. I can say I plan to do it, but I can't actually expect that I will do it when the situation arises. Nevertheless, he thinks that this idea of planning, including contingency planning for situations that will not or even couldn't possibly arise, provides the best explanation of normative judgment. The difficulty that these cases present for expressivist views is related, I think, to the more general Frege-Geach problem of interpreting sentences in which normative judgments are embedded in more complex sentences. All of these problems are related because a central originating idea of expressivism is that mere beliefs couldn't have the practical significance that normative judgments are agreed to have. To explain the link between normative judgment and subsequent actions or attitudes, expressivists say these judgments must be interpreted to involve what I called earlier an active element, such as the adoption of an imperative, a plan, or some other pro-attitude. The problems we're now addressing, the problem of deciding that something would be wrong even if I didn't think so, the problem of giving advice to somebody else, and the problem of embedding judgments in the antecedents of moral judgments in the antecedents of conditionals, all arise from the fact that in these contexts it's hard to think of one as actually doing this active thing. Right? If I'm saying if something is wrong, then you shouldn't do it, but I'm not, as it were, adopting a view about that. I'm not actively deciding, and the same thing happens in the other cases. These are not, I think, special or isolated cases. It's natural to think of judgments about reasons for action as arising in response to the question that an agent confronts and considers in deciding what to do, the first-person case. But judgments about reasons occur just as centrally in interpersonal discourse, as I've said, in cases when we are offering advice or offering justification. Consider first the case of advice. When I give someone advice by telling them that they have good reason to do A, what I express to them isn't a decision or a plan to do A. Rather, I am urging them to make a decision or to adopt a plan by calling their attention to what I take to be good reasons for doing so in their case. Even more obviously, when I attempt to justify my decision to do A to someone who wanted me not to do it, I'm not merely expressing my decision or my plan. That would simply be reiterative. That would be reiterative. Rather, I'm asserting that I have good reason to have made that decision or to have adopted that plan, and I'm trying to get them to accept that this is so. That's a different thing. So the operative normative element in what I'm doing isn't the element linking an acceptance of a normative judgment on my part to subsequent action. That was the link that non-cognitivism was originally designed to explain. That's what we were talking about here. The operative normative element in giving advice or offering justification lies rather at a higher level. It includes the normative component of adopting, or the normative force of adopting a decision or a plan, or accepting a judgment about reasons. Now, the view that I'm recommending, the cognitivist view I'm recommending, captures this difference. I said at the beginning of the lecture that my view was like expressivist views. Well, I don't know if I did say this, actually. In understanding normative judgments as concerned with our responses to natural facts, rather than with those facts themselves. But I added, importantly, that normative judgments, on my view, are claims about the correctness or the appropriateness of such reactions. They aren't identified with natural facts, but they aren't simply responses to them. They're judgments about the appropriateness of responding to natural facts in a certain way. And this difference is crucial. The idea that's expressed in my relation R, which holds when P is a reason for a person in situation C to do A, is a judgment that it is correct for a person in that situation to treat P as a reason for doing A. And this provides a plausible interpretation of what a person says when she advises someone who is in situation C to do A because of P. Whether this is the case, whether P actually is a reason for a person in situation C to do A, is something that people can agree about or disagree about. It's something they can argue about, whether or not they take themselves to be in situation C, and it's something they can make assertions about the implications of by using R in embedding, such as if P is a reason for someone in C to do A, then all hell will break loose or something. Anyway, you could embed it easily. They can do all these things with my relation R without making any decisions or adopting any plans, even though if someone accepts the judgment that P is a reason for someone in situation C to do A, and believes himself to be in situation C, then, insofar as they're not irrational, they will intend to do A, or at least count P in favor of doing A, and will do it unless they have some countervailing reason not to do so. So the cognitivist interpretation handles easily and naturally what's going on when we're giving advice and when we are offering justification. And the apparent weakness, or what might seem to be the weakness of that view, comes out only when, in the first person case, when we need to build a link between the person's accepting the judgment that he or she has a reason to do A and actually doing it, and that slack is taken up, I'm arguing, by the normative, by the ideal, psychological ideal type of being a rational agent. Now, of course, the main points that are at issue in this debate, or one of the main points, is whether the claims of correctness that I've just asserted, that it's correct to count P as a reason to do A in situation C, can be coherently understood. And I will have more to say about that later. But first I want to consider the interpretation that expressivists offer of what I've just called the higher level of normative discourse and disagreement about whether one should accept a given judgment about what one has reason to do. One thing expressivists can say is that the correctness of claims about reasons for action is to be understood with reference to norms governing the formation or abandonment of our first-order attitudes. Gibbard, for example, holds that to think that A is what someone in situation C has most reason to do is, on the one hand, to plan to do A if one is in situation C. But to think that P is a reason for a person in that situation to do A is, on this view, also to plan to count P in favor of doing it for the contingency in which one is in that situation. Moreover, to think that one of these attitudes is correct, one might say, is just to accept certain norms for the formation of attitudes of the kind I've just described, and to believe that those norms support forming or continuing to hold the attitudes I've just described in the epistemic situation in which one finds oneself. Now, applying this to interpersonal discussion about reasons, we can say that to recommend to another person who is in situation C that they should do A, or that they should count P as a reason for doing A, is not only to plan for the contingency in which you are yourself in C to do A, or to count P in favor of doing A. It is also to express your acceptance of norms governing these attitudes, and to express your belief that these norms support having the plans just mentioned for behavior in P, if for someone in the agent's current epistemic situation. Similarly, someone who offers P as a justification for his own doing A in situation C not only expresses his acceptance of a plan to count P in favor of A, but also, according to this view, expresses his acceptance of higher-order norms governing the adoption of such higher-order plans, and his belief that these norms support holding an attitude of counting P in favor of A in this situation for someone who is in his epistemic condition, and in the epistemic position of the person to whom this advice is being offered. So this analysis does provide a more satisfactory interpretation of interpersonal discourse about reasons than the simpler expressivist account that I considered earlier, which relies only on lower attitudes of accepting imperatives or adopting plans about what to do in certain circumstances. But this more complex account has limitations that are similar to those of the simpler version. These limitations are brought out when we consider the possibility that the person to whom you offer a justification for your action might also reject these higher order norms to which your justification appeals. In offering that justification, according to the expressivist account, you are expressing your own acceptance of these higher order norms about norm acceptance. The other person may claim not to accept these norms, but intuitively, in addition to expressing your acceptance of the norms you are appealing to, you are claiming that these norms, these higher order norms about when I should accept a particular norm about what to count as a reason, are themselves correct. And so this claim can be given the same expressivist interpretation. The expressivist can say that claiming that these norms are correct, in claiming that these norms are correct, you are just expressing your acceptance of yet higher, third-order norms, let's say, which you believe support holding these second-order norms in the epistemic situation in which you find yourself. Since there can be disagreement about these third-order norms in turn, the threat of regress is clear. The regress can be avoided, I think, only by claiming at some level that the relevant norms that you've established are correct, in a sense that isn't to be cashed out simply in terms of your acceptance of yet higher order norms governing norm adoption at that higher level. The same moves and the same limitation arise for the parallel expressivist strategy for meeting the other condition of internal adequacy that I mentioned. This was that an adequate account of normative judgments must allow for the fact that one's normative judgments are independent of the fact that one holds them, and therefore one's judgments might be mistaken. According to the expressivist count I've been describing, the thought that I might be mistaken in thinking that P is a reason for me to do A could be understood as expressing my plan to count P in favor of A in circumstances like mine, but at the same time expressing my acceptance of higher order norms govern the acceptance of such plans, and the thought that it's conceivable that these norms might turn out to support a revision of my current attitude. According to the higher order norms, I should revise my acceptance of the norm, calling on me to count P in favor of doing A in my present circumstances. But it's also intelligible to think that these higher order norms might themselves be mistaken. And one way of expressing this would simply be through the thought that I might come in the future to hold different higher order norms, ones that would mandate changing my attitudes toward P and A. But this wouldn't capture the thought that those attitudes might be mistaken, since it doesn't distinguish between cases that are corrections and ones that involve falling into error. I might in the future adopt, by some kind of conversion to some other view, might adopt higher order norms of norm revision, which are in fact incorrect, and I don't have to now think that they would be correct. Now, the expressivist strategy I'm considering, the expressive strategy I'm considering is to make this distinction between future changes in my higher order norms that are correct and future changes in my higher order norms that are mistakes or degradation, by appealing to yet higher order norms that might require a change in my current norms of attitude revision. Since it's intelligible to think that I might also be mistaken in accepting even these yet higher order norms, the possibility of regress again looms. But a deeper problem follows from the fact that the norms appealed to at any of these levels, no matter how high up we go, to mark the difference between changes in attitude that are corrections and changes in attitude that are errors, must, on the expressivist account, be norms that the person in question holds right now at the time that he or she is entertaining this thought that he or she might be mistaken. This means that the possibility that one might be fundamentally in error in one's normative beliefs isn't intelligible on this account, because one can only consider error relative to some norms of some higher order that I now actually hold. This is a point made by Andy Egan in his paper, Quasi-Realism and Fundamental Moral Error. Egan argues, persuasively up to a point, I think, although some of the things don't seem to me quite right, that it's an odd feature of expressivist views that you can't think of yourself as being fundamentally in error, fundamentally normatively in error, because you can only judge normative error relative to some level of norms of norm revision that you now currently accept. Whereas you can't judge other people to be fundamentally in error normatively, because you can judge all of their attitudes from the outside. It seems oddly solipsistic or something to think that you're the only one who couldn't be fundamentally subject to fundamental normative error, whereas other people can. That's Egan's argument. Now, a cognitivist view of the kind I'm advocating avoids these difficulties. It cuts off the regress of norms at the start by holding that when one makes a normative judgment, one claims that this judgment is correct, rather than merely expressing your acceptance of a norm that supports it. A cognitivist would agree that if one of one's normative judgments is in fact mistaken, then there is a correct norm of attitude revision which would, in the light of certain information that one may not now possess, call for the revision of this judgment. If I'm wrong, then there's a correct norm of belief revision that would dictate a change in my attitude, even though I may not know what that norm is. But the thought that one's judgment might be incorrect doesn't involve the endorsement of any particular such, or even the recognition or understanding of any particular such higher order norm. Now, even if the cognitivist can avoid the regress problem, however, I have some doubts about the intelligibility of the thought that all of one's normative judgments might be mistaken, even on a view like mine. Might I be mistaken in thinking, can I intelligibly think that I'm mistaken in all of my normative judgments? For example, might I be mistaken in thinking that pain is in general to be avoided rather than to be sought? It's not quite clear to me how I could think that I'm mistaken in that normative judgment and, so to speak, in all of my others. In order to think that I'm mistaken normatively, I have to endorse, I have to be occupying some normative stance relative to which these judgments are normatively mistaken. So I'm not so inclined to go with Egan in thinking that this is a fundamental problem about expressivism, because the very idea of believing that one is fundamentally in normative error seems to me to be a little bit problematic. I can think of it as a possibility, but it's very hard to get your mind around. What does seem odd about expressivism, if Egan is correct, might be the asymmetry between what you can think about yourself and what you can think about somebody else. But it may be that any view has that asymmetry, because it's not so hard to think of somebody else's normative attitudes that they're all mistaken, because you're, after all, holding fixed some normative standpoint relative to which you're making that judgment. So the problem that Egan calls attention to, although he states it as a problem about expressivism, isn't completely obvious to me. I don't know quite what the answer to this question is, but I want to say in fairness, isn't completely obvious to me that it's one that any view can easily avoid. Let's see. The correctness of a normative judgment, on my view, is independent of one's own opinion about the matter, which therefore might be mistaken. This accords well with the natural understanding of interpersonal argument and disagreement about normative matters. Since the correctness of a normative claim is independent of your opinion and of mine, it's something we can discuss and potentially disagree about, just as we can disagree about who was Prime Minister of Great Britain in 1917. This alternative is made available, as it were, by what I argued for in the last lecture, namely the idea that there are normative truths. If there aren't any normative truths, then this position isn't available, which is, I think, why expressivists wouldn't go there. But assuming that I was correct in what I argued yesterday, and it is available, it provides us with a more appealing idea of interpersonal discourse about normative matters. When I'm offering advice to you, it's rather unappealing to think that what I'm doing is giving you a command, or deciding for you, or trying to manipulate you into deciding into let's say imitating me, or something, exercising influence of that kind. It seems a much more natural and appealing interpretation to say that I'm inviting you to join me in addressing our mind to some question independent of us, and decide collectively, by considering the merits, whether what the answer to that question actually is. Similarly, when I'm offering you a justification of my action, it's a much more natural interpretation to say I'm appealing to something which I didn't create, which is independent of me, in virtue of which what I did was justified, and I'm calling your attention to the considerations that make that a plausible thing to think. So that doesn't involve my asserting any kind of authority to, as it were, legislate. The need for authority to legislate seems to come into the picture if one feels one needs it in the first-person case here, to explain the connection between my acceptance of a normative judgment and subsequent action. But if you have an independent explanation of that, of the sort I've offered earlier in the lecture, and if you, on the other hand, think that there is such a thing as normative truth, of the sort I argued for last time, then it's available to you to give, I think, a more appealing and attractive picture of what we are doing when you and I engage in discussion of normative matters. In these respects, I think, acceptance of a normative judgment is like a belief about some empirical or mathematical question. But many object to interpreting acceptance of normative judgments as a kind of belief. Simon Blackburn, for example, says that this way of understanding ethical judgments in particular is, as he puts it, destabilized by questions of epistemology and of why we should be concerned about the ethical properties of things. Now, I'll take up the epistemological question in my next lecture, but let me say something now about the second point that Blackburn makes, that a cognitivist account is destabilized by the problem of explaining why we should care about the ethical properties of things. First, it makes a difference here that Blackburn is speaking about ethical truths and beliefs rather than about normative truths and beliefs about normative matters. Here I go back to what I said at the beginning of my first lecture. We have a visitor. Anyway, what I said in my first lecture about the shift in metaethics from the period of the 1950s and the 1960s to the present day, which in the earlier period, metaethics was mainly concerned with ethics, discussions about morality. Now it seems to me at least is in part concerned with reasons for action, more and normative questions more generally. And it seems to me that there is, as I tried to say also in my last lecture, an important difference, or in my first lecture, sorry, an important difference between these two standpoints, because there is an intelligible question of why we should care about the moral rightness or wrongness of our actions. We can step back from morality. Morality presupposes that moral right and wrong is something we have a reason to care about. Settling that it's wrong doesn't yet settle what's that to me, right? And so we need to be able to give a normative account of why what we ordinarily call first-order moral reasoning should be authoritative. So if we look at things in that way, then the question that Blackburn says is a problem for cognitivist views, it is indeed a problem, or could be a problem for cognitivist views of ethics, of morality, because we can ask, why should I care about ethics? But that doesn't seem to me to be a problem for cognitivist views about normativity in general, since it doesn't make sense to ask, why should I care about what I have a reason to do? That doesn't seem like an intelligible question. Similar move takes place, I think I may have mentioned in my first lecture, in the first lecture of Korsgaard's Sources of Normativity, where she's suggesting that the substantive realist, or the dogmatic rationalist, I think she calls it, stops too soon and refuses to answer a question that's still there. She slides back, goes back and forth to a certain extent between taking that as a question about what moral right and wrong, where there is indeed a further question, and taking it as a question about what reasons we have and why we should care about what reasons we have, where, as I said in my first lecture, the space for a further question is less clear. Now, perhaps Blackburn's question, why we should care, when it's asked about normative truth in general, isn't one that asks for a reason, but rather is a question about the rational authority of reasons, a version of Korsgaard's question of how normative truths could get a grip on an agent that I discussed in my first lecture. If so, this would support the suggestion I made then that not only Kantians, but also proponents of many other theories, including some desire theories, and perhaps in this case expressivism, believe that the authority of reasons, if they have authority, must be grounded in something that an agent already accepts. As I said, according to Korsgaard, the authority of reasons has to be grounded in the agent's own will, and this might also be true of some expressivists on the interpretation I'm considering, insofar as expressing a plan, adopting a plan or accepting an imperative is an expression of the agent's will. So there is, as I said, a deep divide here. It's true that if P is a reason for someone in C to do A, then the grip that this fact, the reason-giving force of P, has on that person just is, according to my view, the normative relation of being a reason for. Since the question of whether something is a reason is a question one asks oneself in deciding what one's will in the matter is to be, grounding the answers to such questions in the agent's will doesn't seem like a possibility. At least it doesn't seem like a possibility from the agent's point of view. The agent's asking him or herself, what should I do? What is my will going to be? And the thought that the answer to the question has to be grounded in your own will seems unsatisfactory. So although it may sound excessive to say it, the claim that all claims about reasons have to be grounded in the agent's will seems to me to threaten to eliminate reasons altogether. A less extreme and more common way of understanding Blackburn's question would be to take it as a question about how a mere belief about reasons could explain action. This is a genuine question. It's the one I've tried to answer earlier in this lecture. It does follow from the answer I've given, however, that if the acceptance of a normative judgment is a form of belief, it differs from other beliefs, such as empirical beliefs and mathematical beliefs, in being rationally related to intentions and actions, rather than merely being rationally related to other beliefs. By a rational relation here, I mean a connection that it would be irrational to deny or ignore. Factual beliefs have a weaker form of rational connection with action, insofar as they are beliefs about things that provide reasons, such as a belief that a piece of metal is sharp, or that a certain substance is poison. A person who has one of these beliefs can be open to rational criticism for not treating that fact, the fact that it's poison, or the fact that the metal is sharp, which he or she believes, as a reason for acting in some appropriate way. But the failure to do this isn't always irrational. It may just reflect normative error. By contrast, it's irrational to judge some consideration to be a reason to do something and then to refuse to treat it as a reason. Now, it might be maintained that if the acceptance of a normative judgment has this kind of rational connection with action, then it's not a belief, since by definition, beliefs don't have such connections. But absent some further argument, this claim seems merely stipulative. Little turns on the term belief, as long as it is recognized that judgments about reasons can be correct or incorrect, independent of their being made, and thus that they behave like beliefs in interpersonal argument and in expressions of disagreement. But arguments have been offered against the possibility of a state, whether it's called a belief or not, that has the features I'm claiming for the acceptance of a normative judgment. So-called direction of fit arguments maintain that no state can have both standards of correctness, can have what's called a mind-to-world direction of fit, and on the other hand have rational connections to intention and action, what's called a world-to-mind direction of fit. This claim has some plausibility as long as the world in question is taken to be the natural world of physical objects, causes, and effects. For any proposition about that world, a belief that that proposition holds has a mind-to-world direction of fit. That is to say, a person is open to rational criticism if he or she doesn't modify this belief in the face of credible evidence that it is false. Any such belief P might be a good reason for some further action. If so, then the person who believes P and fails to treat P as a reason for A is making a normative error, and is thus open to a different kind of rational criticism. But this criticism is appropriate only in virtue of the truth of a further normative claim, namely the claim that P is a reason to do A in the relevant circumstances. A person isn't open to that kind of criticism simply in virtue of the fact that that person believes that P is true. So a belief that P is linked to standards of correctness and must fit the world simply by being the kind of state that it is. But it's not tied to action in this same way. Its tied to action has to be, as it were, solidified by a further claim, namely the claim that that fact is a reason for acting in a certain way. But this argument depends on the assumption that the belief in question is a belief about the natural world. If it's not, if the relevant standard of correctness isn't fitting with the natural world, but is some other form of correctness, then the second half of the argument fails. It could still, if in particular, the belief in question is a belief that P is a good reason to do A, then it's simply true in virtue of being the kind of state that it is, being a belief that P is a reason to do A, and not in virtue of any further normative fact, that a person who has that belief would be irrational in failing to behave in a certain way. So the plausibility of the argument that a state can't have both mind-to-world and world-to-mind direction of fit is limited to cases in which the world that the belief is supposed to fit in both cases, is the natural world. The tendency to think this argument rules out interpreting normative judgments as a kind of belief is thus another instance of the tendency I mentioned in my second lecture, to identify the set of all things that are independent of us, about which our opinions can be correct or incorrect, with the natural world. Nonetheless, there are reasonable questions about how the idea of correctness that is supposed to apply to normative judgments is to be understood. On expressivist views, the essential content of such judgments is simply given by some active element, such as my adoption of a plan or my acceptance of an imperative, which renders these judgments incapable of being true or false. My strategy has been to export this active element, to account for the distinctive practical significance of judgments about reasons by appeal to the idea of rational agency, which links them to further behavior. The remaining content, the mere claim that something is a reason, is left as something that can be true or false, something that one can be mistaken about, and something that can function in interpersonal discourse and argument like any other proposition. But the question is how this residual content, how the claim of correctness for my judgment that something is a reason, is to be understood. The obvious significance of judgments about reasons lies in their rational links with action. But if this is all there is to them, then it would seem that the cognitivism I'm proposing will just be another form of expressivism. All the content fades away into the rational link with action, and we're left without any explanation of what the residual content is of the belief that something is a reason. This question might be answered by providing a metaphysical account of the ground of truth of normative judgments. But my minimalist interpretation of normative truth rules out any such account, or claims not to rely on one. The idea that normative judgments are correct when they correspond to the normative facts is no explanation if the facts in question are, as I suggested in my last lecture, merely the reflection of true thoughts. So it may be said, the question remains what the content of these true thoughts is and what it is that makes them true. At this point, I believe, defenders of irreducibly normative truths simply have to dig in their heels. The idea of a consideration's being a good reason for an action or an attitude is, I think, perfectly intelligible. We're familiar with it. We use it every day. To believe that some consideration is a reason is not the same thing as actually treating that consideration as a reason in subsequent deliberation, as I mentioned earlier in explaining the difference between my life and Gibbard's. There is such a thing as irrationally failing to act in accordance with the reasons one believes oneself to have, but one can still understand what content that belief that something is a reason nonetheless has, even when one is not living up to it. Given the intelligibility of this idea, and the fact that taking it at face value provides the best fit with our practices of thinking about reasons and arguing about them with others, we should reject this view only if it gives rise to some difficulties that can't be answered satisfactorily. And I've argued that the idea of irreducibly normative truths doesn't give rise to such difficulties. It doesn't have implausible metaphysical implications, and the connection between beliefs about reasons and subsequent action can be satisfactorily explained by appeal to the idea of a rational agent. What remains is the other objection that Blackburn mentioned, namely the epistemological question of how we could know what reasons we have on a cognitivist view. The question, what makes normative judgments true, might be understood as a way of asking this question. That is to say, a way of asking how the correctness of normative judgments can be established. I'll take up this question in my next lecture. And as I will say then, I believe that there are grounds for very limited expectations on this score. If one were to have a systematic account of the procedures through which normative truths can be established, then one might simply identify the idea of a normative judgments being correct with its being establishable in this way. For various reasons, however, I doubt that even this strategy would work, but I will explore the strategy in my next lecture. Aside from worries about how the correctness of normative judgments is to be understood, however, questions may also be raised about the importance that this idea of correctness should have for us. I suggested that it's important in two contexts. First, it's important in making sense of the idea that the correctness or incorrectness of our judgments is independent of our making them. And second, in interpreting interpersonal discourse and disagreement about normative questions. But each of these forms of importance may be questioned. Suppose that you and I disagree about whether the fact that someone injured me is a good reason for me to want to injure him in return. Perhaps I maintain that it is a good reason, and you deny this. Suppose we go on for some time, arguing about this and adducing considerations, all the considerations that either of us can think of to get the other to change his mind. But we still disagree. It would be pointless and empty for me at this point to insist, as if it were a trump card, but my view is correct. It is a reason. Such an appeal to correctness would, as Korsgaard says in her Sources of Normativity, be mere foot stomping. So it may seem that the idea of correctness has no role. Similarly, in the intrapersonal case, in one's own case, if one believes that something is a reason, it's natural to think that it would be a reason whether or not one believed that it was. But why should this be important to us? If we're convinced that something is a reason, and ready to act on it now, why should we be so concerned to have the endorsement of some supposed independent standard of correctness? As Nietzsche would say, the need for the prop of such an objective standard seems to betray a kind of weakness, a lack of confidence. In a similar vein, Simon Blackburn says, in a review of my book, that it's sad that some people should feel this need for Apollonian authority, rather than being content to accept the motivation provided by their own contingent emotions and desires. As I'll say in my next lecture, I think there are cases in which the interpersonal version of this worry points toward a genuine issue, that is, the tendency to appeal to bogus authority in trying to convince others. But neither of the worries seems to me to provide grounds for rejecting concern with the idea that normative judgments can be correct or incorrect. To insist at the conclusion of an unsuccessful attempt to persuade someone that your normative judgment is correct is indeed unhelpful. But this is equally true when the disagreement is about some matter of empirical fact. If I can't persuade you about whether global warming is real, it doesn't help at the end of the argument to say, but I'm right. It is real. It's equally foot-stomping in the empirical case as it is in the normative one. So this doesn't show that the idea of correctness is misplaced or is better done away with in the normative case. Moreover, the idea that when we disagree about a normative question, there is some fact of the matter we are disagreeing about, independent of each of us, and which neither of us has any special authority to determine, provides, I've argued, if anything, a more attractive situation, a picture of the situation, than the idea that each of us is simply trying to get the other to go along with what he already thinks. Of course, the fact that this interpretation of what's going on when we disagree is attractive, if it is, isn't any reason to think that it's true. That normative judgments must be correct or incorrect, there must be a standard there, because that would be a nicer or prettier way of understanding our relations with each other. My aim in mentioning the attractiveness of this idea, however, was just to rebut the suggestion, which I took from Blackburn, that to be concerned that there is such a notion of correctness always betrays a desire to claim some implausible and unattractive kind of authority for one's opinions. Nor, when several alternative courses of action seem appealing, does it indicate a kind of weakness to ask oneself which one really has more reason to do. The idea that this is a kind of weakness may derive from thinking that being concerned with the correctness of one's normative beliefs involves looking for some kind of authority, some standard outside of ourselves that will tell us what we ought to do so that we don't have to decide. But this idea of an outside standard is a misleading metaphor. For any outside standard, in the form of a set of principles or precepts, there is always the question, why do that? Is it actually correct? But when I arrive myself at a conclusion about the correctness of a normative judgment, such as the judgment that I really do have reason to do what will save my life or to avoid pain, there is no such further question. These conclusions carry their own normative authority, as it were. They don't need to derive it from some further source. The question of correctness is the question of why they do have this authority, whether the considerations in question really are reasons. There isn't any further question beyond this one. But there are serious questions about how that question can be answered, how I can be justified in concluding that a certain claim about reasons is correct. And I will return to this problem in my next lecture.
I'm inclined to think there is some sort of motivational connection between moral judgments or normative judgments and motivation. Though what I'm going to say won't be supporting expressivism, because I've never really been appealed. Expressivism has never really appealed to me, because I think moral judgment in many ways seems to be true and false judgments, and I think the best explanation of that is simply that they are true and false judgments. But anyway, to show that this sort of objection, it's sort of an objection to your view, but it doesn't support expressivism.
Okay.
And it takes its departure from the sort of analogy that John McDowell and so on pursued between secondary qualities and values. And in the case of a judgment like X is red, it seems that that judgment can't possibly be true if it would look red to nobody. It has to look red to somebody in sort of everyday or sort of conditions or something like that. So that seems to be a necessary condition of its truth. On the other hand, I mean, suppose something looks red to everyone who has the capacity to see red. It looks red to everyone in sort of usual circumstances. In that case, it seems it has to be red. The surface has to be red. So that seems to be a sort of logically sufficient condition. Now, if there is any plausibility in this sort of analogy between secondary judgments about secondary qualities and normative judgment, I mean, it would go this way. It could go this way. And suppose we all know the relevant facts, the natural facts, and nobody wants X to be done. Could it still be true that X ought to be done? On your view, it seems quite possible. On the other hand, I suppose everyone knows the facts, and everyone wants X to be done. In that case, it seems to me quite hard to believe. I mean, I say everybody in the history of the world who knows the relevant facts. It seems hard to believe that it could still be the case that X ought not to be done. So, but I take it that your view, your externalist view of reasons, would be compatible with everyone sort of being deceived all of the time. And that seems sort of a quite difficult to believe, it seems to me. This point seems to be sort of related to an objection externalists would make to people who deny that sort of view about when they appeal to aberrant desires.
So when they appeal to what?
Aberrant.
Aberrant desire.
Yes, yeah.
Right.
Like sort of future Tuesday indifference and things
right.
like that. They would say, well, it's possible that somebody is irrational, although they don't make any factual mistakes. But if you add to a case that everyone sort of has a certain attitude, would it still be possible to say that that attitude is mistaken? Do you see what I'm sort of...
Right. Okay. Good question. First, it seems to me that although there's much to be said for the secondary quality analogy, there are also important differences. And the first important thing is that discussion about colors is at the very basis about our experience. It's about how things seem to us. It's about, to call something red has to do with how it's going to look to us. And if you think that there can't be any normative truths, then it's natural to think that claims, what purport to be claims about normative truths, are really claims about our experience, about our response to something else. So, but if you reject that move to begin with, then you think there is some that a judgment about a claim of normative truth isn't a claim about how I respond or would feel, and so how it would look, which is really the subject matter of secondary quality judgment. So there does seem to be that important difference, and it's because judgments about color are essentially judgments about our characteristic experiences that what you say is true, that something couldn't be red if it wouldn't ever look red to anybody. I think it's also puzzling. I think it's a very puzzling idea that something could, even on my view, be a reason if no one in the world ever recognized it or could recognize it as such. But there, the connection is a little bit more complicated. It's more evidential. That is, well, if it is a reason, why should everybody have always overlooked it? It begins to think that it's hard to explain why this would be true if nobody could see it. But that's not because what the claim that something is a reason is about, is our reactions. It's rather that our reactions are on the whole good evidence for the truth of these things. So one wonders, if everybody's reaction points in one direction, what ground would we have for saying that couldn't be right? Now we can imagine, right now some virus might hit us that would wipe out everybody who held a certain normative judgment, and so there would be nobody anymore who made those normative judgments, which wouldn't make them false, right? But if everybody in the history of the world through time, without any selective genetic manipulation of that kind, never recognize anything as a reason, then one might say, well, why think that it is? So I think that in the normative case, the connection between how people respond to something, whether they see it as a reason or not, and its being a reason, is more evidential, and it's not simply an evidential matter in the case of colors.
Tony, I'm curious about one thing that I'm not really sure I understand. I take it that, you're saying that reasons are somehow irreducible normative facts. And
So truths about reasons are irreducible normative facts.
okay.
Right. Let's come to that. Yeah.
So, but you're saying the kind of judgments that you've been talking about here now are judgments then about reasons, though.
Yeah.
Would you say that they too are somehow irreducible? The reason I ask is because, most of the I take those judgments about reasons that you're talking about here to be what one could be referring to as a sort of explanatory reasons.
Oh, yes, okay.
So, and I take that most of the sort of things that I would cite as my explanatory reason would be beliefs that not in any sense would mention the word reason or anything like that. And it seems that many of the things that you've been talking about here are very connected to the fact that our judgments are formulated in terms of reasons. But most of our explanatory reasons are not like that. So.
Good. Well, this connects with two problems, I think. First, we commonly say, why didn't you, pick up the pan? And I say, well, I thought it was hot. So there I cite a belief. I explain my action by citing a belief. Now, I'm going to say implicit implicit. It's part of the background of our conversation that we agree that the fact that something is hot is a reason not to put your hand on it, right? So I'm citing my reason without using the word reason. In what I cite, but it is an answer to the question only because it's presupposed that I hold this view that something is a reason. Now that seems to me, I guess I might say, maybe so far so good, but there's a further problem. It seems to me that is, what's the status of this background assumption in my case that I think of something as a reason? It seems overly rationalistic and implausibly intellectualizing to say that every time I do something for a reason, I'm thinking that this is a reason, right? That seems crazy. That's the second problem that you raise. So there needs to be, on my view, some kind of proto reason-taking attitude that we have of treating things as reasons without actually thinking it's a reason, right? And that the thought of it's a reason comes out only, in fact, children can do those things without maybe even having the concept of a reason, but they're taking something as a reason, I would say, in this proto sense. But maybe if they're very young, they don't have the capacity even to reflect. So we gain the capacity to reflect on what we've done and ask ourselves, yes, I did that. Why did I do that? Well, I did that because I was taking this as a reason. Well, was that really a reason? So the full-blown relation R typically comes out only either on reflection on what we've done or in deliberation about the future, where we're trying to weigh things and consider them. So in order to have a psychologically plausible view, I have to think that the explicit thought, P is a reason for somebody in circumstances C to do A, is something that characteristically comes to mind only in reflective and particular kinds of circumstances. But it is the rise to consciousness and reflection of some kind of state that is there implicitly in a lot more of our action insofar as we are rational creatures, because it's true to say of us, even if we didn't think this, that if I do something just instinctively, very quickly, so why did you do that? Well, I thought it was hot, or I thought the child was about to fall out the window. Well, we'd say all those things, and I think in all those situations I'm acting for a reason, even though I don't go through those steps. But I agree that that's exactly explaining how that's true is a bit of a tight corner.
A question of clarification. I think I missed your account of rationality in terms of reason. Could you repeat it again?
I used the notion of a reason in explaining my idea of rationality. I said the idea of being a rational agent is being an agent to whom we can attribute the state that we call seeing something as a reason.
I see.
And we can understand his or her behavior in terms of the attribution of that state. So this is a kind of Davidsonian interpretation. And it's probably true, I think, take another Davidsonian point, that we can't understand somebody as seeing things as reasons unless we can at least in some cases, think that they're correct in thinking this, right? It's hard to see how you can understand that. Maybe if we met space aliens who had very different values and needs and so on than we do, maybe we could somehow get enough inside their view to understand them as being rational, even though what they take to be a reason, what is a reason for them, is quite different from us. But one would think at some level we would have to be able to make a correspondence that what's needed for their survival, or what promotes certain things that they pursue or something. I don't know how to do it, but it does seem to me that in order to interpret somebody as being rational, we have to see some of the things that they are moved by as reflecting their views about things, that certain things are reasons, and those views have to somehow make sense to us. So a rational creature is a creature whose behavior supports that interpretation, and in order to support that interpretation, it has to be true not only that they respond verbally to the questions in the right kind of way, but also that the states, the attitudes that we attribute to them on the basis of that behavior are consistent with their, on the whole, but not on the whole, are connected with their future action in the way that's required by seeing something as a reason to act in it. That's what I said.
Now I get it. So, but then something else. Something I didn't understand. Why is it so hard for cognitivists like you to think of yourself being in a fundamental normative error? Of course, not to think.
Fundamental normative error.
Yes, but to think of a possibility of being.
Yeah. Well, to think of the possibility of being.
Yes. I
guess that's right, but it's easy to think of local normative error, right? But to think of the possibility of, I'm not, first place, I should say, I'm not committed to this view. I was basically in the mode of making kind of concessions and expressivism. Maybe I'm not positive that I'm all that much better off than the expressivist in this case. And the thought was, can I think of myself as being a normative error without having some idea about what the standard might be? But you're right. I ought to say, well, but there is a standard. The really correct standard is one according to which I'm mistaken. But if I'm mistaken, I don't know if I have an idea of a normative standard independent of any content that it might have. But maybe I should just say, okay. I mean, I'm not avoiding that because I think it would be a problem. I'm just not so sure that I can get my head fully around the thought. But maybe I should just embrace it.
I think you should. It's another thing that can I really believe that
yes.
that I am in error? That seems to.
You're right. Perhaps I was confusing really believing it and just entertaining the possibility. Yeah,
yes.
You're probably right about that. That seems right. Yeah. Thank you.
another question of clarification. Mostly when I've been listening to you, I've been sitting having, so to speak, ethical examples, ethical situations in mind. But now I wonder, how wide is your concept of normativity when you have this, the actions, you have a variable in your formula. Could the action to accept a proof in mathematics, could that be an example? Of course, you have reasons to accept the proof or reasons not to accept and so on. Oh, the simple question is, how wide is your concept of normativity? I guess it taking prudence in a rather wide sense. And, yeah.
In principle, I want to certainly definitely want to include epistemic rationality and justification of belief as being normative. I don't myself have an account of that or a full understanding of how it's related to, this sort of came up last time, of how it's related to reasons for action. I used to think that there was much greater similarity, and I'm now not so certain about it. But on the whole, I would say, yeah, I certainly want to say yes. And I want to say that reasons for belief are normative in just the sense that reasons for action are. I think it's one of the things that seems to me to be changing in the philosophical climate. Maybe I'm wrong about this, but anyway, there seems to be much more discussion in epistemology of the normativity of belief than there was, say, 30 years ago. But anyway, whether that's true or not, it seems to me to be the right kind of thing. Ingmar again. Yeah.
Right at the beginning, you compared yourself to Alan Gibbard in respect of rationality.
Right.
And you said on his account, when we have decisive reasons, or whatever, very good reasons, and so on, we decide. There's no space. But in your case, you sort of, you think there is a sort of space, you can sort of, regard yourself as having some decisive reasons to call the travel agency or whatever, and you still find you don't do it. You don't decide and you don't do it. Now, if that is the case, what is it that makes you do it? Because that would seem to be some sort of non-rational thing that moves you to act in accordance with reasons.
Right. Good.
And that seems a bit unsatisfactory.
Good. Very good. Yes. Good. I'm glad you asked. Yeah. Good. So, just going back to the Gibbard case, I wasn't contrasting exactly Gibbard's view with mine. I was contrasting myself with an ideal sense of Gibbard, who I regard as a particularly rational man. But the question is, so I accept. So it seems to me that there's a possibility of irrationality at both of these places. Whereas for Gibbard says he wants to identify this with this. Right? That was the sort of theoretical point that I was making. But if I want to explain, you say, well, how do I explain the fact that when a person accepts that they have conclusive reason to do A, they normally decide to do A and do it. And the fact that they are in this state explains and normally leads to these further states. So I appealed at that point to the idea of being a rational agent. I said, well, a rational agent just is the kind of creature to whom you can attribute beliefs, states of this kind. Well, I'm coming to your question. Sorry. Such a creature is so set up that these things normally follow. And you point out quite correctly, as I myself said in contrasting myself with Gibbard, that it doesn't always follow. So when it fails to follow, some gear is missing. Something's missed, some element is missing, and presumably that element is motivation, right? I fail to be, if I decide to do it, but then I don't do it, it's a failure. I fail to be motivated to do it. And I said earlier that I was trying to avoid appeal to this desire or some other state that's going to actually get me off the dime and do it. But here it would seem that in order to explain the difference between cases where everything works in the normal way, and cases that of failure, I have to say, well, in the cases of failure, this element is missing, so in the cases of success, this element must have been present, in addition to the rest of what the story that I was telling. Is that, am I getting, is that your question? That's right. So, what I want to say is that, and here I think I'm in agreement with Aristotle, but I don't want to claim authority illicitly. That is, that we have here a certain kind of normal functioning of being a rational agent, according to which certain states tend to follow from other states. Now, sometimes that doesn't work. Mechanism doesn't work, but it doesn't show that the fact that it doesn't work in some states doesn't show that when it does work, there's some further element present beyond that mechanism itself. Right? I would say, well, whatever the mechanism is, I don't know quite what it is, but it's normally present that when I do, when I believe this, I do that. That's the way I'm set up, but it doesn't always work. But the motivation, it isn't something further. It's just normally this belief is sufficient to explain my doing this. But sometimes I get lazy, or I get distracted, or other things, and I don't do it. So I want to resist the idea that there is something. So now you could say that what we have here is a failure of motivation in the abnormal case, right? A failure of motivation, but that's just a way of saying that the mechanism didn't work. That my rational, I didn't function the way I normally do as a rational agent. Now you could also say, oh, well then what you're saying is that a rational agent is normally motivated. This state normally motivates the rational agent. I say, yeah, that's right. That's true, but that's not. I don't think that's true because there's some further thing, like a desire or whatever, that's necessary to do it. That's the move. That's the move I want to resist. That we can't just say maybe motivation just is what goes on when the mechanism works in the normal way.
But if it is the case that you sort of come to the conclusion that you have these reasons,
Yeah.
and still you don't decide.
Right.
But then later on you decide. So something must have made you decide. And here you're appealing to motivation, but your view, I take it, is that motivation, at least desire, is sort of dependent on seeing something as a reason.
Right.
And you're already seeing it as a reason.
Right. Well, no, I wanted to. I was attributing. Pardon me saying this. I was attributing to your criticism the idea there is this further element of motivation, so it must have been present here. And I want to say, well, I'm inclined to say that only in an empty sense. That is all there isn't. Motivation just is the system works. And I'm going to say, how do I explain the fact that all along I've been thinking all week. I have reason to call the doctor to inquire about this odd thing on my growing on my back, and it's true to me all week that I think I have conclusive reason to do that, but I don't do it. And then suddenly Thursday morning I get up and say I'm going to call a doctor, and so then I call the doctor. So you could say, well, finally on Thursday I was motivated, but I don't think that what's motivating me on Thursday isn't something that wasn't present. There isn't some further factor. It happens. Now, all kinds of psychological explanations might be given about why I was in denial or whatever, but I don't think it's that there was, as it were, present some additional feature which we need to put into the picture in order to have a complete account of what's going on. It just, I don't know. My computer, sometimes I click on the icon and the program opens up. Sometimes it seems not to do that. I click on the icon, I sit there, and all of a sudden, blink, it opens up. So it worked. I would say it's sort of like that. Well, we might have an explanation of why I didn't do it, because I was in denial, I was distracted, I was lazy, all kinds of things. You might say, and there may be some, Freud or somebody else might have some explanation. Some neuropsychologists might have some further explanation in terms of what's going on in my brain. So there might be all kinds of explanations. But all I want to resist is the idea that a proper philosophical account of how being in this mental state can explain these things has to refer to some further element that plays the role that desire would play in a belief desire model that's over and above this this state. That's what I want to risk. But there are all kinds of explanations that might be given, or we might not have one, except just to say, well, it took him a while to get around to accepting it or something like that. But yeah, it's a good question. I meant to say something about that in the talk, so I'm glad, even though it's not satisfactory, no doubt, I'm glad that I've been provoked to say it.
I'm a little confused about your previous answer here. I'm a little confused about your previous answer. I thought that you would say that if you're a perfectly rational agent, the step from left to right will go on automatically.
Yes, I agree about that.
So the explanation of why you don't do it is that you're not perfectly rational.
Okay, I agree about that too.
Okay. But I'm a bit worried about this explanatory role about rationality, because it seems to me that rationality is merely a label and for the ability to act for reasons. And this might be connected with another worry that the accuse to somebody who doesn't do what she believes is there's most reason to do is normally not irrationality, but something like egoism.
Something like what?
Egoism.
Egoism. So you mean the person who sees that they have reason to send money to charity, for example, but doesn't do it because they want to spend the money on ice cream? So that's a familiar situation. So we might say, how does that fit this model? Well, in the model I was imagining wasn't that I didn't call the doctor or call the travel agent because there was something else I was tempted by that conflicted with it, but just that I was putting it off. Or maybe that would fit this model. But okay, this is a more common model. I think do I have a stronger reason to send my money to charity or to buy ice cream? I said, well, I have a stronger reason to send my money to charity, but then here I am buying ice cream instead and not doing it. Now, if I really hold those views, then what I did is irrational by my lights. Whether it's immoral or not depends on whether I was right that I'm morally required. But let's leave morality out of the picture. Just say we can make it not a moral reason. It's I have more reason to buy one thing than to buy another. We could make it all. I think the contrast between egoism and something else isn't necessary. You can make it within egoism. It can be imprudent. I think what I have more reason to do is to invest my money for my future, and instead now I will spend it on ice cream or something like that. So I think that the moral thing isn't there. But yes, that's right. And the answer there is that my rational. I'm imperfectly rational. My judgments about what I have reason to do don't have full authority in determining what I do. Now the question is, what further problem is raised by that? I wanted to admit that in allowing that we all imperfectly realize the ideal of being rational agents, which is a sad but familiar fact. Now it would be a philosophical objection if it showed that some further element needed to be brought in to explain how irrationality is possible. And I want to say that it's just a familiar fact about us that we don't always do it. And we can give various explanations at particular times. I'm distracted, whatever. Or maybe you could even say that my irrationality takes a particular form, that is, even when I judge one consideration to be a stronger reason than another, I typically overweight, in what I actually do, overweight this particular consideration. I'm a sucker for ice cream. I can't resist. I can't resist a chance to drink coffee, or whatever you might say that about me. So that would describe me in terms that didn't simply say I'm irrational, but I'm irrational about certain things in certain ways, even though I myself believe that I don't have a good enough reason. I always go for this. That's just the way Scanlon is.
My first worry was that the appeal to rationality is somehow empty. There's no really explanation going on then. Because just saying the same thing with another
Well,
way.
appealing to the idea of rationality doesn't predict what somebody's going to do every time. That's right. That's certainly right. It only, the question is, what is the connection between normative belief and action that needs to be explained? And I think the connection is, how is it that a person's normative beliefs could be normally, usually connected with action? How is it that a person, the fact that a person has a certain normative belief could explain what they do? And I think the idea of rational agency provides that explanation. It's a certain characteristic type. Now, it doesn't enable us to say anything. In order to have a prediction about what a person's going to do, you have to not only know that they are rational to a certain extent, but also that they have certain tastes, they have certain strengths and weaknesses. So that's a different enterprise. But I do think, though, that just to go back to one question, I think that I might be wrong about that, but the place that I would worry about, that I should be shown to be wrong, would start off by explaining, when we say that an account of normative judgment has to explain the connection between accepting a normative judgment and acting, what is that explanatory demand? Right? There's a condition of adequacy on an account of what normative judgment is, which is that it ought to explain the connection between normative belief and action. So how strongly do we understand that theoretical demand? And I think you're saying we ought to understand it as a more stringent demand than I'm allowing it, than I'm claiming it is. So I'm letting myself off easy. What? Well, I think so too. Yeah. So I didn't understand. Okay.
Okay, so still another question of clarification. If I got you right, superficially one, I could tell them, he said that with respect to fundamentals, away with desires and in with reasons. Now, would you be prepared to say then that desires can stage a comeback, in the sense there is some kind of general law to the effect that every desire you have at a certain moment is also a reason for you. So if I am hungry, then I have a reason to eat. And you see immediately how this example here can be expanded in various directions. So, yeah.
Right. Well, this goes back to what I said in my second response to Tony, I think. That is, what I want to say is that typically having a desire involves seeing something as a reason. So to have a desire for something is to see something about it as worth going for, as attractive. So it's not that desires are reasons. It's rather that desires involve seeing things as reasons. Now, this is how it's connected with what I said to Tony. One has to water down the idea of seeing something as a reason. It can't be there in its full form, because I don't use, not every time I feel a desire, I don't employ the concept of a reason, and I can have a desire without maybe even having that concept. But so we have to appeal to this sort of proto concept. But that may seem to be giving the game away. Sorry. Yeah.
I'm completely with you. So that a second question: would you be prepared to then divide reasons into desire-dependent reasons, emotion-dependent reasons, or ABCD-dependent reasons? You have a whole bunch of classificatory systems for various kinds of reasons.
Well, this gets into the question, what I called earlier, the question of optionality. I think that some reasons may be, in a way, dependent on desires in this respect. That is, here I'll mention three categories, because desire is a kind of catch-all term. And sometimes the fact that I desire something, say the fact that I'm hungry, is a sign that I would enjoy it. So I think there's an evidential connection. So the reason is provided by the future enjoyment of the food. or the pleasure of drinking, if it's a case of thirst, and the present state, which we're referring to as a desire, is an indicator that the agreeable future state of consciousness would be forthcoming on that occasion. It's no point eating when you're not full. You don't really want to eat, so you have maybe some other kind of eating for nourishment. But I have a certain kind of reason for eating when I believe that it would be pleasant to eat, and what we call one kind of desire, say for being hungry is a sign that I have that kind of reason. So that might be thought of as a desire-dependent reason, but isn't quite desire-dependent. The reason is dependent on some condition that I'm in, and what we're calling a desire is an indicator that I'm in that position. A second kind of case is a case in which having a desire is more like having an aim or a plan. So if I'm in the process of trying to get elected president, then I have reason to do the things that are necessary to make speeches, kiss babies, eat local food that I find disgusting, and so whatever that might be. If I didn't have that plan, I wouldn't have. If I wasn't in the process of carrying out that plan, I wouldn't have reason to do the thing. So there's a case. It's an aim-dependent reason. So I want to say that one has reason to do what's required to carry out one's aims, insofar as those aims are themselves rational. So not just any aim does it, but still, among the various rational aims I might have, if I have some of them and I don't have good reason to abandon them, then I have reason to do what they require, and so that's the second kind of thing. Okay.
I have a question relating to your lecture yesterday. So you presented this idea of existence being relative to domains,
yeah.
And but at the same time said that, well, okay, we have a certain domain, and then within this domain we can ask and answer the internal questions about existence, but we can also pose external questions about the domain, and then we sort of take an external perspective and ask questions. So is there a point to this? But what I wonder if the domain of reasons doesn't have a special position here, that you cannot really take this external perspective on that domain, because the questions that you would pose in the external perspective would be the questions, is there a reason to assume those things and so on. So there is a certain inescapability of that domain that makes it different from maybe all other domains, including the domain of natural world, because there people like phenomenologists would say, well, we can put it into parentheses and then ask external questions, but that is not doable with...
I think I do believe that, and I might put it in an offensively aggressive way by saying that metaphysics isn't first philosophy, that the first philosophy is normative. Yeah. That would be a way of putting it. I don't know whether that's right. It sounds aggressive, so I don't want to say it. But yes, I think that's right.